it's this way, right?
Yes,
Yeah?
Professor, it is
Okay.
that way.
Cool.
I would suppose so.
Oh, okay. Alright. We are almost home then. Oh, thank goodness.
I'm tired of fucking walking.
For better or for worse, given the news that they're likely going to be hearing by now.
I would assume so. Octavian did run in a hurry.
I mean, if I was carrying a book like that, I'd probably be running fast too. Or after, you know, the other bits.
Yes. That's probably something to be discussed in captain's meeting, at least staff meeting.
Depending on the context, there might be also a reason to want to break the news a bit more softly to the other residents from Linvale that have migrated here. If they hear it the wrong way, it might make things worse. That was one of the things that Angie had asked me to make sure it doesn't happen. It's already bad enough.
Don't they deserve to know?
I'm not gonna risk it over the lake.
Well, if they hear it over a rumor, things might get way more out of hand here, like they did back at when the rest of the town found out about it. And how much stress was involved with trying to correct the record on what actually happened versus...
Listen, I came a little earlier than the rest. For reasons you'll find out soon enough, more or less. They'll be right behind me in a few minutes, I suppose.
A few minutes.
Do we need medical standing by?
Any injuries?
Not to my knowledge. Ah, there they are.
We don't.
Welcome back, everyone!
Thank you.
Gilligan, fetch the rest. I need to speak to the Chancellor.
I do not see this going well in the slightest.
Is everyone okay?
No.
Fine.
Yeah, we're all fine.
Well, we're uninjured. Octavian killed one of the villagers.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but yeah, that happened, by the way.
We should probably wait to say anything until the full context can be given in a meeting.
It is the full
I was gonna say
context.
the
Fuck
same
that.
thing.
Especially
Especially if you're just gonna
leave
leave
out
out
the
the
main
main
part
part
of
he
that.
thought that maybe he was a danger.
It's
He
wrong.
was
If
reading
you wanted
a
it to be a
cult
secret, he
spellbook.
should have.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean
There's
they were a necromancer.
Zuko, I need to speak to him.
no, but they were reading an occult spellbook.
It doesn't matter.
Luca?
I'm getting flashbacks from these.
How
Same
long did
thing.
it take you to learn your first spell? How long does it take most people that aren't here?
You okay?
I learned mine when I was 5.
I'm fine. Just a few bites. But
And it took you
they're all healed
days, weeks, months, maybe?
Okay, well, if you have anything, just let me know.
Yeah, days.
Welcome back.
I'm sort of. It's not really a good example for me.
Things escalated. He went a little
Then
far
what's your
with the
knowledge of normal
nature.
people?
The guy he was just trying to help.
Everyone's got a manigate. Everyone's capable of learning magic.
You know,
Even if they took the spell book, he still knows what he read.
He didn't do anything.
Well,
He just
I just
read
want to
it.
put something into
Let them leave, guys are
context for
back.
you all as well. There was just a snowstorm, and the only evidence we had that this person took it recently was that the snow was visibly disturbed. Meaning, it was within the last 3 days. Professor Mildred.
I'm not saying that
He
it was
had a
handled the
book for
best.
3
What I'm
days.
saying is that
Castle, do you want us to...
it's done. There was a reason, and we shouldn't be leaving that out when we're telling it to people.
There was a reason. He had a book. That's all.
Okay.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything to...
that book.
Oh, guess that's...
If you want to
Lothario
leave it
has
out
a
of your
book. Should we
story
chop
so
his
you
head
feel
off?
better about your decisions, then go for it. It's not our problem.
Feel free to share what information you feel is relevant.
Murray,
Ventus, Umbra,
right into the
if I
castle.
may
If
suggest
you
this
want to join
thing,
us, feel free.
rest up, warm yourself up, eat a good meal. There'll be a briefing, probably, where we can fully discuss this in
Right.
full detail.
Umbra, let's go to the dorms.
Kind of understandable considering they're
Right,
being
drop off
Please
this
join
equipment.
me
everything.
in the
Wherever you
meeting
want to go.
today.
Of course.
Doesn't change the fact that it was in fact something very
Dorms, I guess.
Looking into. Obvious way of handling it could have been
dropping off our equipment.
more preferable.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I need to go
Yeah.
rendezvous with Tara. Hi. Hi, Ventus.
Right.
Welcome home.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ah. Okay.
Captain,
Everything was quiet. Yeah. Go on.
It's awkward as fuck.
Octavian murdered one of the villagers because they had a book from the necromancer's hut. It was potentially recovered in the last 3 days. He's dead now.
And we didn't have a say in it. He just did it. Without...
Octavian chopped his head off.
Which is why I was surprised. He had a spear.
Long enough to...
Okay.
Yeah, things didn't go very smoothly.
So that's gonna be today.
Enjoy.
So wrong. He's just gonna get away with it, isn't he? Just like that. Just because he's a teacher.
Whatever call you'd like to make, Yuki, I'll follow it.
I want to talk to Leia.
If we had some sort of board
Then we will.
to put up, that way we don't have to keep sifting through papers.
I don't remember.
What
What did I do? Was there gonna be a big
What the hell? What is this song?
regular shield right? Wasn't it? Ah, there was like I think it's like some under. I'm not sure. It's 1 of 2 designs. Yeah, it'll be cool. I don't think she's here.
You gonna take some of your equipment out, or are we good?
Thank you.
Right.
Let me check something.
I don't know if I should. Come with me.
Back in a second, Ulysses.
I took a book from where the necromancer's basement is. Don't tell anyone. At least for now.
No, of course not. Hide it.
We can worry about that later. I think there's more other things we need to worry about. People talking and people... Yeah.
Like I said, whatever call you want to make. If your sword comes out, I'll have mine in my hand.
I don't think it will come to that. Hopefully.
Fucking violence.
Why?
Because we don't want to escalate things more. What do you think is going to happen if you threaten the professor, huh?
I'm not gonna threaten him.
Depends on who's with us.
Not enough. That's who's with us.
I'm just gonna see how
The
this...
three of us could take Octavian.
No, he beheaded someone with a spear. That shit isn't even made to slash, it's made to stab. And he beheaded someone with it. Plus, I don't know what mumbo jumbo he can do. We can't take Octavian. I don't think we should.
Didn't
the second
you
that
say on
happens,
the
we might
trip...
as well be kicked out of this fucking place.
Didn't you say on the trip that he does occult magic? Or is it he is a teacher of occult?
Yes.
Do you want to get deleted? I don't want to get deleted from the universe.
Ulysses, don't you think that's kind of backwards? That he's killing
No,
someone with
yes, it is. I
necromancy?
agree. No, it is. I agree. But we are not going to threaten him because we do not have the power to, back that shit up.
I am not gonna threaten him. I am not. I'm gonna
I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about her.
Yuki's call.
No threatening. Me, I'm the one saying this, alright?
It's...
No threatening. There's like 4 of us today here. Nobody else cares. Well, yeah, probably not enough. They weren't there, didn't see the village die. Hey, Emma.
Hey, welcome back. Morning. Damn it, Penny.
Morning, guys.
Morning. Hey, guys. Hey.
We should probably go.
We were told we were dismissed, however, meeting's soon.
Plus, I'm hungry.
Okay. Come on, you take points. You know where it is. Wherever it is.
Based on the urgency, I doubt the mission went according to plan.
I would say there was an unexpected circumstance.
No.
Yeah, they're new, we know. Well, I knew. I don't know if you knew.
Now,
That's really interesting.
What is it?
It's a
No.
bunch of random new shit.
Come on, Doya.
Oh, I'm not fast enough at reading for
Come
that.
on, get up, come on.
I'll read it.
Favorite relic stolen from Temple of Pestis. Luna's visage marred by a massive rift causes panic. Drozen Shaman discovers a way to communicate with the rift beast. Sudden, mysterious snowstorms plague Favera.
Oh.
Kaloni Oracle foretells epidemic prophecy. Warlock Noble meets a
Enigmatic.
scary end in Beston Bay. I see.
Yorl, do you have a moment?
Wait.
It took a while.
Follow me. And if that book stays around, then I can safely say that the longer it stays around, the more impatient I will get, because I would not want to have this around me. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Thank you.
What? Good kill?
Good enough.
Okay.
Good morning, Jackson. Ivian.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Reverse him.
Octavian.
Oh yeah. No, you should probably.
Anyone with searching for the counselor?
No, I just wait for him. It's not a problem.
Am I going too fast?
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just lost in thoughts.
God, I'm so bad at making my points. I'm not gonna be able to make sense and make my good points.
Prophecy of the world ending.
Ah.
The snowstorms are appearing in other places. This woman is trying to scam people. Someone stole a sword and there's fucking rift on the moon. What else is real quick then?
Have you had the hammer before, King?
Apple.
No, Jackson, I think his Kingsley did something with his hat.
Kingsley? Yeah, I saw that as well.
Morning.
Fine weapon?
Good idea.
Hi, Rowan.
Hi, Rowan.
That's a lot of bananas.
Hippie!
Who's price? The rest of mine.
Lemon.
I don't know what to say.
What are you talking about? I like it.
I don't know. I'm not a leader. I'm not hungry.
Neither am I. We should eat anyways.
I'll have you know if I
How's it going?
very healthy for you.
I hope you understand.
Good day. It's still morning.
You want the cinnamon?
Oh,
More good day to have, you know?
True. Well, did it start
Okay.
well?
Really good, you should.
Yeah.
It did.
Let's eat.
Don't worry, it couldn't get to me. Or I'm
It was cold out on the walk. It was a long way. And it's going to be a long day.
I know, but I can't eat while I'm thinking about that guy's family.
I'm just gonna have a lemon slice today.
He probably had a loving family. And then he just... It seemed like he wanted to help Linvale.
I don't know how to do it.
He
You'd
said
have
the
to, I don't know how
book...
to teach it. Or sort of
The book might help Linvale.
Like a lemon party. Lemon party? Enjoy yours. I'm sorry I got sidetracked. I was explaining the situation to Emma.
Yes, I
That's
saw the
alright.
new news. Make sure to work strong. We need that food.
So sit down.
Even if it's only a few bites, Yuki.
You gotta eat.
Hey, would you like? Oh, here, they have the same
Hey, Murtha's here. You can have something to say.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Friend!
If you'd rather a banana, I can get you one of those.
Clean! Clean!
Clean! Happy!
Strawberry.
How's everything been?
Very berry.
Thank you.
Did you put your fingers in it and then suck your fingers?
Yo, do you want this? If you're over it.
It's thick enough you can sort of scoop it.
Clean!
Okay.
Prices are. Is it good?
Clean! Woo!
What's the plan?
How's it, strawberry?
Do you two proceed?
I'm not really sure.
You doing okay?
How do we do
I would
it?
see him off the island.
Oh, I'm okay. You can have it.
No, I mean, I'll be eating the most of it, but like,
We fuck our goddamn relationships with the village really badly. We can use that as a point for him not being a good asset.
Yeah, I don't imagine that.
I don't know where the Chancellor stands with his ideals
As
in
I've
accordance
seen
to
in the
Octavian.
past, I think he's with them.
Well, then we are fucked.
No, we're not. We still have maybe a layout. We don't know.
Fair, who is the top dog. If she, she's the one that calls the biggest shots. I would say at least raise it as a concern, because it is a concern.
I'm not gonna say anything in this meeting. I don't think it will end on anything. Nothing.
If someone else speaks up, what then?
Then you speak with him.
They're with us. Yeah, I'm with them.
Okay.
Present the situation. I think you should present the situation objectively first and then give your own opinion on it. Get people informed. Tell them what exactly happened. Down to the T. And then you can, tell what you think about it. And,
Well, it seemed like Umber
why
wants
it's
to
wrong.
sugarcoat it as much as they can.
I'm not gonna overdo it.
I don't even say sugarcoat it. I think they're just trying to say it the way it was.
But it was just like we said it.
He killed a man for having a book. Octavian
Yeah,
claims
but
that
you
it
need
was
to
necromantic.
specify that it's what's it called, an occult magic book. You need to specify that.
Sure.
You can't just say it was a book. You need to say an occult magic book, necromancy.
Did you see it and the
Then-
contents?
What, the book? I mean, I saw it. The guy had it on his hand.
Couldn't read it, right?
I tried to read
I don't really
it.
know.
I tried to read it, but I couldn't understand
I
nothing of
didn't.
it.
So Octavian, believing that the weird thing outside was a shrine of necromantic origins,
He
took a
believed that
book
was a
that
shrine
nobody
of
else
necromantic origins.
apparently.
The shrine was blooming life around it. Me and Tal looked at it. We had the idea, well, I at least, it crossed my mind to tell the villagers maybe they should build more shrines around the farms, because apparently it, wards off the snow and promotes plant growth. 'Cause
It's
there's
their
a fuck
shrine
load
to
of mushrooms
cure.
around it. Yeah, apparently. So, no,
That's what Andrew
how the fuck do you think that's a...
I have no idea, but what I understand is that Octavian took charge of that investigation, determined that that was a necromantic altar, took a book that none of us can read from a person who is barely old enough to...
He didn't seem
He
wanted
could have been a student here.
anybody a will ill. He wanted to help Linvale, and he thought that book could help Linvale. That's all he thought.
That's true, but you also have to remember that the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Then should we execute every occultist on the school?
Fuck no, I'm not on his side. I just want to, you know.
But what's the middle ground? What evidence is there of any of this? His word that he murdered someone in good faith?
Let's go tell him.
No, he is bad. He murdered a man.
I guess if he doesn't say anything.
Murtash, protected by the law, apparently.
And his mind is that he's strong enough to be able to...
Murtash! Absolutely fantastic. No, whenever you feel yourself free and you see me.
Like this help? Yeah. So I have been avoiding people that are
Bye, Elias.
Bye, have a nice evening. It's gonna be.
Thank you.
Good to hear.
sounded ominous.
He's on his
Morning,
way.
big guy.
Morning. Good morning. So good. Good to see you as well.
Have a quick bite. Something's better than nothing.
Man, you really enjoy playing with that knife,
You
don't
did?
you, Lucio?
Oh, you did.
Yeah. It's quite fun.
I believe it.
I remember my first weapon when I was younger.
Yes,
I
I
couldn't
don't
let it
actually
go.
have seen Malik around. I'm not sure where he is.
I don't even know.
He was at the front of the school and wandering around on the second floor.
He's coming, I think.
Well, that was enjoyable. I find, at least. Just to some extent.
Whatever may be discussed today will be interesting for you, Chancellor. That will be a conversation I would love to see.
No, it should be great.
You want me to get rid of the core?
Yes, please.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, we're all here. Everybody inside, please.
Yes, sir.
No. All right. Good morning, students. So before we go on to mission debrief, I do have actually another quick mission for all of you, specifically team captains. All right. So today what I want you to do is I want you to all gather and meet up, and over the next few days, I would like you all to prepare a defense plan for the school. In the past, whenever the alarms have rang, it has been chaos. Students running around, unsure what to do, everybody just gathering in the main hall, and it is not the best position to defend. Plus, we don't really have anybody out there searching for anyone. So what I want the team captains to do today, as well as discuss with your team, is figure out a defense strategy. Decide amongst yourselves which teams go and search and defend which areas of the grounds you believe are most important to gather at, and figure out what our defense plans for when the alarm goes off is. That sound good?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Excellent. Other than that, you'll be free to do as you wish today. But now I wish to know, how did the mission go? you'll figure out who burned down their storehouse? Why are you looking so dour?
Unfortunately not, Counselor Malik.
Let the
Alright,
students
here's
speak.
some setbacks.
Well, sir, we didn't have time as the situation quickly, escalated and derailed.
How so?
While we were tending to the crops or it was after we were tending to the crops, we were, taking care of some wolves in the forest. Apparently there was a individual who was speaking to Professor Octavian regarding, or I guess the details are a bit fuzzy for me, sir. I believe he was being detained for use of an occult book that was found on his person.
I see.
He was,
So I executed him, Chancellor.
Right. Was he just in possession of it, or was he using it?
Oh, he read it. He admitted it. I asked him straight to his face. Granted, it did not give the results we initially intended to do. I'm sure the students can mention what happened after. Not to their own fault, of course.
the villagers stopped being as cooperative, sir, following that.
I imagine.
We decided to clear out the cave of the hostile wildlife that was harassing them, and then made our way back promptly.
Anything else? Anything else anybody has to add?
The captain of the guard has instructed that Professor Octavian not return. They may have further words on the matter, but none that I can speak to.
I imagine they do. Val, you had your hand up?
Additionally, while we were clearing out the caves, there were small deposits of aetheryte near the entrance. I have taken samples myself, and I will plan to study them later for rift activity.
Of course. And we haven't had any tremors, so we could be months or even years out from any rift opening. So where this is concerned, it isn't immediate. But thank you.
I feel that I should add that the wildlife in question was abnormally hostile and aggressive, seeking out people and attacking them. We don't know why.
Regular animal or monstrous in nature?
They were wolves, sir.
Wolves?
From what I understand, they're native to the area.
Wolves usually aren't very aggressive. That is strange.
They weren't really fighting in packs either. They were sort of streaming in.
I see. Have to research and look into this a little bit. Alright, anything else, or will that be it for today? I believe I have discussions to have with my professors. Yes. Ventus.
I wonder what you're gonna do with Octavian. Do you think this is right? He killed him for reading. He didn't do anything more, it seemed like.
Which is why I need to have a conversation with him and figure out exactly what happened.
So you're just gonna talk to your professor, not any of us, alone? Figuring out what else we saw?
Well, we are in the middle of the debrief right now. If you have more to speak of, please. This is the time to do it.
He said he could help Linvale with this book, and he really believed it. I don't think execution is the right thing to do. So, would you execute occult magic users the same way?
Personally, yes. With little hesitation. That is how it is in all of Austria. For the most part.
So you're just using us?
Of course. You're a soldier, are you not?
Yes. We are.
Good, then act like one. I'll have a discussion with your team later.
You're on thin ice, Octavian.
As you wish.
One last thing before we end the briefing. Linvale has contacted me about a message they wanted to relay to the students and the residents here as a way to pardon for our transgressions.
Please.
I believe they wished for it to be in front of all the students and residents.
Gather everybody up in the main hall then.
Chancellor, I would like. There's more to debrief.
You're going to have to speak up.
I can't. There's more to debrief.
All right.
I can move closer if you cannot hear me.
Sure.
I spoke with some fishermen. The fish near the shore are running out. While they tried to get fish out into the sea, they were getting cannon shots by the ship that had the Red Lady, as well as weapons being brandished.
Would you like me to recount my
Damn ship again.
information of the affairs? Understood.
All right. They are becoming a thorn in my side.
There's more? Going back at night, Lumen looked into the basement of the Necromancer. I had personally gone inside with Octavian and Bombadil earlier on the day, and there had been alchemical components and possibly other tomes, but when we did get back, there was nothing. I am afraid someone has taken it. Whatever was left. We made sure to burn whatever was left, however, which was unfortunately nothing, but there is certainly something that someone has acquired from there.
Oh, shit.
I see. Thank you. Is there anything else? Yes.
A more detailed piece of information at my lieutenant's request related to the boy that was executed. He had been detained by Isabel of Umbra and Yuki, who were questioning him about the book. I believe at Octavian's original instructions that there was something to the boy. That part I don't know. I came across them at that point. They had taken the book from him, I believe Lieutenant Yuki was unable to read it. At a certain point, a number of individuals had gathered, including the captain of the guard. We were attempting to discuss with her the fact that one of her villagers had this item that was believed to be necromantic. It was at that point that Professor Octavian approached and took Luke away to the outside of the walls. He was briefly questioned before being executed with the town guard captain present. Professor Octavian departed with the book shortly after.
That is the truth.
Well, there goes all diplomatic ties we had with Linvale. That's great. Wonderful. Anything else? All right.
There's one thing. There's one thing I might add. My apologies. This book right here. You read this thing. You are done. I'm not saying this is a threat to you. I'm saying whoever reads this book can never return to a normal life. I have encountered hundreds, perhaps thousands, who've tried to learn this power on their own, thinking they do it for the better good, that it would serve a greater purpose. And you know what happened? Thousands died. I don't expect you all to understand why this decision was made. Granted, of course, in retrospect, mistakes were made based on it being an incursion with Rosewood. However, it had to be done.
Then why is the book in your hands?
Why?
It could have been reduced to ash in a few minutes.
It will be. But the point is, this also serves a purpose to people who know how to use it correctly. Even I wasn't granted that power by the church.
I tried to read it.
But
Are you
some
gonna
might.
try to kill me?
You tried to read it, but did you? Did you fully understand its contents?
No.
And yes, if you turned into a necromancer, I wouldn't hesitate to execute you.
So I'm asking then, when we are done with this rift piece and all, you gonna kill everybody that has occult magic?
Not necessarily. Would I kill myself? Yes. I'm only needed for one purpose.
Mind if I butt in, Octavian?
By all means.
Mind if I politely ask you? When you say about the understanding of such things, do you think that the boy himself, even though he has read it, also understood exactly what is within that book? Do you think that he was reading it just normally and perhaps might have been,
Yes.
this is all strange, but perhaps might have a little bit understood, but not to its full extent to where he could use it?
I'm surely as an investor you would understand the kind of dangerous powers knowledge can give, even if one does not fully understand it. Granted, he was learning for quite some time,
That is not
which
the
he told me
question.
he did. I was getting to the answer. So yes, if it wasn't going to be from the book, it was going to be from something else. Once you gain the thirst for this knowledge, you can never go back. That is why I made the decision I did. Do you think I truly did not try before? Do you really think this is my first time? Do you think I want to kill people? No. It is my sworn duty as an inquisitor of Ordo to act as a judge, jury, and executioner. That is all
You're
from me.
not an executioner here, are you? You're a professor here.
I am both. That's a conversation I can have with the Chancellor. Again, I mentioned we'll have a discussion after Ventus. You can scream at me all you like.
Very well. And as an investor, I should definitely know and understand what I'm supposed to do now. Councilman Malik, I've given you 2 letters before. I would like to have the one in regards to Rosewood returned to me. I would like to do some revisions.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
There you are.
I'll be leaving this meeting early. Students, wish you all a good day.
Is there anything else? Yes.
If we could we have a lesson done on how you are supposed to act as a team and to stay as a team when you are on these missions? We repeatedly had people running around and ditching their teams and not being there when we needed them most.
I believe that is something for the team captains to deal with. If they cannot corral their team members, then they should not be captains. Jackson.
In relevance to the assignment today, I was wondering if you want us to discuss with our teams first and then gather, or do you want the team captains to meet first?
Probably focused on team captains. However, discussing it with your team is probably not a bad idea.
Okay. Where would we meet for that situation?
Well, I would say after Mordred gives the reading of the letter, you all can meet up and decide on a place to discuss. You all be in the same area.
Thank you, sir.
Can figure it out.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Jack, I don't know if you remember, but a few months back, we all had a meeting by the warehouse. I feel like that'd be the best place.
In the warehouse?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
Spacious.
good with that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Warehouse it is. All right. Is there anything else? All right. I will give you, I'll say, 5 minutes, maybe a little more to go. Let's give you a full 10 minutes to discuss this with your teams. I'll be ringing a bell. Everybody is to report to the main area, and Moses will read out the letter.
Sorry, additional, just a little more of a question. Only the team captain should be up, right? Second in command should not, or are they
It is
also
up
allowed?
to you.
All right, just wondering.
Yes, sir.
I've given it's very broad. Figure it out. All right. Then if that is everything, then you are dismissed. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go in front.
Arriving. Oh. Okay.
Where's Ventus?
Alright, let's go find him.
There's Elenia.
Terra is either in Terra.
Don't you can't handle me because I'm beautiful.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but it is very pretty. Hey, they're back.
You said I was pretty!
How'd it go? I assume because of the lengthy time that it took, it did not go smoothly.
I'm not really sure.
Okay, so, lay it on us.
First, we have to talk to our teams about getting a better system of defending the school when the alarm is going off. We will talk about it, and then I will probably have you with me when we're talking about it with the captains. We're gonna talk about it then too. And when the bell rings now, Mordred has something to say to all of us in front of the main area. Yeah. Yeah.
Between the teams who are coordinating defense, do people have thoughts on where Ventus is most useful?
I do not think I have fought long enough to know yet.
The academy? Is that what you mean?
What? Yes, so when the alarm bell rings, what should we
I
do?
think we'd be fantastic in choke points. Because we have a bunch of shields. I don't know, this place is enormous. I don't even think we have enough people to fully secure it, all of it at least. But if we're only counting the exits and entries, we should huddle up in those choke points and, hold down those positions.
The implication
Maybe
was
use the
loosely
fucking
that...
ballistas that we
Sorry.
have. There's a bunch of ballistas, laying around. Maybe use those. We have trebuchets and everything.
One of the points raised was that we have need for things like parties to search the school. Some teams will be better suited to that than others. Perhaps Terra, for example. Several of them seem mobile enough when we fought them. We have
Holding
4
down our
members
position.
who are either healers or members of medical division. That may mean that a role there would be useful.
We're
So
also good at
maybe
defending,
guarding
points of
the
interest.
medical building. Maybe.
Half of us could be
has in the
healing.
past.
We're healers and we have fighters in our group. Maybe we defended the healers building. I do not know.
I'm not really
Last time we held down up that little platform at the dock, all with 4 of us? And just the 4 of us were able to do that against 2-3 teams of 4 to 6. So I think we can hold our own when it comes to defending anything. More so than maybe every other team except, perhaps, what the fuck was it? Ignis. Was it big?
Ignis could simply stand in the doorway and block all entry.
Exactly, so they could stand there.
Do we need more defenders than one team? Do you guys think?
Probably.
I believe we would frequently have members from the other teams present as other healers.
Right.
And between us, if we accept that, for example, not all of Ventus will be actively healing at any given moment. Elenia and I have similar capabilities. There will be rare situations where we are both actively required at a particular moment, and Kiki certainly around as well. I'm not certain whether one team is enough. I'm just not sure whether there is more to be allocated.
Depends on the attack too.
Yeah, it does.
We need a good scouting party, like you said, so we know what's going on and we can prepare properly against it.
I think Terra would be a very good scouting scouting people.
So perhaps one of the teams could be suggested that they do remain at medical for the immediate situation, and that Terra will send message where they're needed. This would help to address both problems. Until we have more information, those that are injured will be more heavily guarded.
Right.
That all? Was there any other thing discussed in the meeting?
No, the mission, this assignment. That was it.
But didn't talk about, the murder?
Yeah, we did.
That was discussed at some length in various capacities. The Chancellor had no conclusions until he has spoken with his staff members, apparently.
Yeah.
Umbra is faulting us for separating.
Separating when?
For example, they encountered me alone with Vesper after I had been... you were all in the basement and Angie left and I went with her. I think you were upstairs or something. I don't... Maybe you weren't with us, but...
At the hut alone. Because I was instructed by Tao, I think, to go to the hut. And I did.
I suspect that they refer as well to when we departed prior to leaving, though, frankly, given that it would have taken several of the people as long to cross the ice as it was for us to have the conversation, or you to have the conversation, we would have been fine.
Yeah.
Have you two eaten yet?
A little bit.
I have.
Big finger licks of soup.
Yeah.
Maybe you have that banana that you always have. I mean, it is better than nothing. Even if it has way too much potassium, it's going to leave you constipated.
What? Assume that I have no knowledge of fruits.
But if you eat too many bananas, you're going to be constipated.
Why?
I haven't been constipated yet, so I'm fine.
Well, just do that. How am I supposed to know why?
I have no idea. You said
bunch.
something about it. And that
I ate a bunch
as a result.
when I was younger, and then I had a really hard time. And that's why I know.
That is more information than any of us ever needed to learn about you, Ulysses.
Yeah, well, you asked. So now you have to deal with the consequences about it.
Fair enough. If there's nothing more, then I suppose we have a few minutes.
Yes. Apparently I'm darker than I should be. Gil was constantly saying that I look like I'm always in the shade. And Elenia is not.
Okay.
You're just very shady.
Think I'm a shady individual? I'm not.
Absolutely.
I'm not. I'm not good at hiding
Perhaps
things.
it's just that the others of us are particularly pale. Your hair is fair, and Yuki and I are both northerners.
It's true.
He's shady.
I'm shady and a little orange sometimes.
Are you painting your colors on? Are you is reminiscent of your stripes?
No.
Are you sure? You have commented in the past about how defined your muscles are. You sure you haven't taken a little bit of charcoal and smeared them in there?
No, that's awful. That'd be so fucking uncomfortable, and it would just wash off. Like,
yes.
Any time I'd brush against anything. Do you see it washing off?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm sure there are ways. I trust
have
Yuki,
some
your eyes are better
magical
than mine.
charcoal. I'm simply this well defined. Some got it, some don't, and I do. And you don't. It is what it is.
And it is what I am walking away.
Remember, when the bell rings, we're gonna be in.
I am not actually walking away. I just wanted to make a joke.
Oh.
Anyway.
It was for comedic value.
It was a comedic walking away.
I'm going to step away to the bathroom while we wait for the bell.
Is that
I'll
also
be back in a
comedic?
moment if it hasn't.
I'm gonna count that as being
I think she
comedic.
just needs to go.
Well, I'm gonna get water. Well done. Yeah, I was supposed to not say anything, but then I said something, and then I'm kind of in problems with Octavian.
Precisely. Why I see it's like every other magic. Where divine magic comes from good feelings, it's the same thing with a cult.
Excuse me. I remember, name was Yuki, correct?
Yeah.
I wanted to just say, what happened in there took a lot of guts to speak up to a man like Octavian, and honestly, I just wanted to approach and say thank you for being one of the sensible people in that room. I can safely say that what I've seen from Octavian and what I've heard just now has, to say the least, drastically shifted my opinion about some people within Rosewood. And I can safely say that your opinion has definitely shifted me in the more positive direction for the students. What Octavian has said has been bothersome, to say the least, and I agree with him halfway, but hearing the reports that he simply just executed someone on a whim, especially after asking him to be taken into custody first by his own students,
Probably in a minute or two.
it is worrisome. I understand that I've left early, and I would say that is a mistake of mine, which I'm willing to accept, but have there been discussion about what happened with the book? Is it being burnt, being locked away?
We're not.
Professor
really
Octavian claimed that it will be destroyed.
sure.
He didn't elaborate on the reason that it hadn't already been done so when asked.
That is something that definitely worries me. As a man of his stature, I would assume at least that he would be known to immediately rot out anything.
Do it on the spot.
What would that be? Would you repeat that?
I was just saying, if the book is meant to be destroyed, then most people here can just cast magic on the spot. So, I mean,
exactly.
Or, for example, we were in a reasonably well-supplied town.
Not even that. Understanding taking resources or ingredients for rituals, that is not my problem in that sense, but it was said beforehand that himself, Bombadil, as well as one of the Lumen members, were within that area that you described, which had multiple books and everything around necromancy, right? And occult magic. I feel like a man of his stature should know that such things are not supposed to be around. And the fact that a man of his stature is not doing anything about it immediately on sight worries me.
Honest, if you wish, Vesper.
Of course, by all means, sit down.
I was personally there while Octavian went into the basement. And...
Please, by all means.
Well, we noticed that there was no dust near the tomes and that one of them was certainly missing. He connected the dots, as it were, and he told me to rush him towards where I knew his house was located in the town. That is why he didn't burn it at that time, although I do agree that he was sloppy in not burning it afterwards.
So you're telling me that this man, first of all, who's supposed to be educated in such things, decides to not burn a place which contains so much, in his words, probably heretical information, and just decided to, first of all, not burn it, despite the panic. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But then decides to take someone who apparently only decided to look at it and perhaps thought about helping Linvale with this type of magic. And his first thought was to arrest him, and immediately after, without any sort of further information, without further digging into that person, perhaps even checking his own homestead beforehand, to just execute him? Is that what happened? Can I get a confirmation on that?
That is
Am I
correct.
missing something?
While I did show him the homestead, and we broke into his house, he swiftly left and searched the man elsewhere.
Right. Right.
When Octavian
It is still...
took the man from our vicinity, well, Ulysses and I followed him, but not... I wasn't present for... we were just over the hill for an execution. But after walking away with the boy, the execution was not more than 2 minutes later.
He brought them slightly away from the city next to a few rocks, past the...
Right.
What the fuck was it? The shrine. That's what it was, right? Shrine. And he just did it right there. Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it's
With a
So
spear.
he decided to just, first of all, it is not about the location. Like, it matters to me a little bit about the location. So you said this happened almost near a shrine of Kir, that he just decided to just spill blood for the sake of him having an assumption that this individual was potentially looking further into necromancy.
well, and at least when you talk to Isabel, she can give you a clear story. And not
Has he, by chance, if I might ask all of you, taken the moment to take a step back and educate that individual about the dangers, the worries, anything else about it, or has he just decided to speak with his weapon and with his words?
Standing next to him, and I assume they were talking I couldn't hear. Maybe. Perhaps if I was closer I could have heard, but he didn't. It took a slight bit. It wasn't just stop, instant, dead. No, it was, he stopped, he was around him for a very little bit, and then he struck him down.
That is...
I can't comment on whatever conversation you might have had with the...
I understand.
Before.
I understand, Ulysses. I do not wish to assume in your situation. While I desperately want to not assume in the same way for Octavian, it is proven to me that, due to his convictions, due to his own beliefs, that I do not give him that benefit of the doubt that he asked. I believe that he decided to act on a whim, decided to, perhaps in his words, nip the bud, and made sure that it is not even a chance for another necromancer to be around. I personally halfway agree in the sense that necromancers are people that should be treated with the highest punishment, especially in the teachings of Gaia herself. But let it be known as well that there should at least be a moment to educate someone. The way how I see it, there was no education. There was only punishment. So, I will have to, as I've said already, revise some of my texts that I wanted to send out today to the Setting Sun headquarters. But clearly there still needs to be further digging into Rosewood before I can make a proper judgment. But regardless of that, I still wish for... You seem perturbed. Please,
no.
speak.
No, I simply had a question. Continue your thought. It's not particularly.
For me, it is more just the importance that, for me and my group, that there is the proper understanding of what Rosewood stands for, where their convictions lie, where their understanding about things is, and of course, the individuals itself that matter. I have only seen Octavian as someone who is harsh, who understands what he wants and understands how he's going to achieve it. But I didn't take him to be that brash.
Acknowledging you.
And to say that that has taken me aback, I'm not surprised, but it is still something that needs to be considered. What I want to say, at least for one more time for you, Yuki, as well as for the entirety of Team Ventus. Thank you. You've definitely helped me dig a bit further when it comes to such things.
That's funny. I was right.
Yep.
By all means, you wanted to ask something.
We have to.
Yeah.
There's going to be an announcement.
Oh,
It's
by all
not
means,
pressing. I can
I will
ask
be.
you in a moment.
Sure, you want to move forwards? I'll be excited for this announcement, whatever's going to happen.
Sure.
Oh, it's not like we have an order.
Where is Ignis?
Try my best.
All right, over here.
Yep, over here. Let's go.
Thank you all for coming. I am sure most of you, if not all of you, have heard everything that has happened. First of all, I would like to announce that Octavian is being stripped from his right to give orders, especially on missions. He is to report to other professors or team captains from now on until I say otherwise. Anything he does needs to go through your team captains or any professor that also happens to be there. Any further punishments have yet to be decided. However, a professor here wishes to read the letter from Ninver.
Please.
Thank you. The citizens of Lindale requested that I relay a message to the students of Rosewood and for the people who reside here to be the witness of this deed done right. A resident of Lindale named Luke has been killed by the hands of one of our professors for carrying a book on necromancy. They admit to being unaware of what could have happened if he kept reading the book, but they mourn for him the same. To them, he was a studious and kind fellow who only wanted what was best for Lindale. In their troubled times, they recount the times where his bookshelf was filled to the brim with stories of the sky, animals, and the lands they walk. How he put himself in danger to try and tame wild animals that have been harassing the farmlands. To them, an innocent man was killed without a second chance to correct his ways, and his blood falls on our hands. They wish the professor in question to be punished, and if ever Rosewood returns to Linvale, that we obey their laws. They say this not out of hatred of Rosewood, but for the love for Luke. That is all that is written on the letter.
I want to cry, but...
Professor Acteris, if you could please. The last time you were all up here, there was angry shouting of holding secrets. And so, I will tell you a secret.
Oh no.
And in fact, it is you who will get to decide, get to make the hard decisions. The reason why I sent Octavian to go searching through the rubble to find information was specifically because there is a member of Aqua who is dying. Rom soul is splitting into two entities, one of which is stronger than him and will destroy his soul entirely when it takes over. I have no way to save him. He will die, his soul destroyed, if we do not do something. And no magic that I have can damage a soul. Because we need to kill the cancer growing on his soul. That is, in fact, a new soul. It is a violent, terrible beast that is growing within him. Originally, I was to have Octavian learn enough to be able to excise this thing and destroy it. However, there is a chance that the book we have may not be enough. They may not have the answers we seek, as we have not read it yet. And as I am sure many of you do not wish him to read it at all. And so, our Professor Acteris has decided to step up. He does not have an occultic core that is activated. He will gain terrible knowledge if he learns this book, that he will likely need to be put down in the future because of that knowledge. And so, I ask of you, what is the path forwards? Do we let one of our soldiers die?
Ooh.
At this point, it's still rhetorical. Please let me finish. Do we let one of our soldiers die? Or do we use this knowledge to perhaps save his life? And so, we are going to put it to a vote.
Chancellor first. There's a question.
Chancellor, if you could you explain why it is that this knowledge itself is so troublesome? Knowledge is knowledge. I don't understand.
Knowledge is power. The more you know, the more you are able to shape the world around you. As you learn what fire is, how it moves, how it breathes, how it eats, you learn magic. Even if you are unpracticed, you learn it. It taints you. And specifically with that man, he was trying to learn it. Yes.
I would like to hear from Professor Actaris himself his willingness to die in the future for this.
Of course.
Questions first.
Why don't we have someone who already has an occultic core activated learn this?
Because it is very likely that this book does not have the information we need.
Now then,
then
tie all of your questions together. You'll permit me, Luca. 1. One of the prerequisites for being able to learn necromancy, or to use necromancy, truthfully, is to be able to use soul magic. Anyone affected by soul magic, in a way where necromancy can be performed, is denied an afterlife. Their very being is erased and turned purely into power. There is no future, there is no afterlife. And for those, such as the Favirans, who believe in it, there is no next life. To do it is not to just kill a person, it is to wipe their very existence out. This is one of the reasons that is considered such a dangerous and heretical thing across the world. Some of you may be aware, as you have either seen it or have partially explained it to you. I myself have a curse. To expand a little further, it is based on soul magic. When the Chancellor was kind enough to put it that my arcane core for occult magic is not activated, the truth is it cannot be, nor divine, and is why I've always deferred you to other professors for those. Half of my soul has already been erased. I cannot guarantee I will have an afterlife after this. As far as I'm aware, the moment I die, that is it. Forever. With Favir's current condition, I have no home to go to. Palvindor's slow takeover. They find out about me and what I am capable of. Most likely I'll be killed if Rosewood succeeds. If Rosewood fails, most likely I'll die anyways. So those are my options. Die. Die. Be executed. And that is why I've offered to read this book. You need not worry about Professor Octavian reading it, losing himself, or otherwise just not being trustworthy with it. And you need not worry about any of your fellow cadets or your friends being executed for having the knowledge. I will have it. If it is of no use, no one will be marked for execution except myself. If it is of use, I'll be able to remove the information we do need. Let that be put up to vote whether it is worth using or not. Execution will be on my head, not yours.
Oh. Team captains have much to discuss over the next few days. Make it quick. A man's life hangs in the balance. You wanted the responsibility. You wanted no more secrets. Well, this is what it looks like. You are dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Save. Worth.
Other team captains, should we meet up for that thing we're supposed to meet up for?
Yeah. Zuki suggested
The warehouse.
Yeah. Luca, you're talking quite loudly.
Yeah, I know.
Convene with you all later.
A horrible choice we've been presented with.
Varys.
Would you still like me to join you?
Right? Yes.
Yes. We'll be at the warehouse talking to the. Yeah. So I'll talk to you guys when we're done.
What's going on is not out, and some people need to blink. I think I'm not sure about. I know that if you've been on the same boat as me on 3 for another.
You can certainly relay a message to the rest of the team for me.
If I see them, sure.
Let them take their time on this matter.
We will give them a day or two to think things over.
Oh my goodness. Save his life. Yeah, we'll probably do that for sure. That is not a question in Yuki's mind. Arcturus' soul is already depleted. When it's already is, it can't be undone, so that's what she's thinking. So we need to do whatever we can to make Rum alive. She doesn't want Aqua to lose their teammate.
Can we pick somewhere else?
Yeah. This is just a spot to convene, I guess. Still need, Terra and Ignis.
Why are these in here?
I'm not
To keep
sure.
them warm during the blizzard.
And your question, why are they still in here?
Because Ignis and Mordred moved them in, if I'm remembering correctly. And then forgot about
So
them.
I see.
Apparently. Lefron, when is Ignis going to move the cows back?
I wasn't aware they were still here.
Today?
I'll speak with them and have that done. My apologies.
Well, I think we should tour the grounds and talk while we walk. Figure out the spots that we need to defend before we start throwing out any ideas.
It's agreeable.
Wouldn't it be better if we actually have one spot, like the main building? Just the main building.
It's fine, let's walk.
I mean, not really. If we've got powerful AoE magic that we're going against, or if it's a full-on invasion, we don't want to give up our outer walls right away.
We need to consider all the points of possible attack.
He might be a good reference for a head start on our defense equipment specifically.
Yeah.
Aqua Guild. Yeah.
Aqua was
so
thinking
I guess,
at least
yeah, let's
initially
just
of holding the
do a clockwise go.
generator for the beacon, for the shield barrier. That's the one.
A generator.
Yeah. Well, let's get a move on, I guess.
There's also something we don't want to lose.
Yeah, he was not feeling very well.
I see. Got it.
It was a medical garden. Now it's kind of a spot.
Just empty. All right.
Yeah, might be for alchemy actually. I'm not positive.
What were you saying about the beacon?
That was where Aqua was thinking of using as their forming point come the bell. It seems like a point that we want to defend.
Not a bad idea.
Yorl, do you think it'd be good to borrow the map in your basement?
Aye, we can use that if you want. We have a small map of the campus.
Has it been? Does it need updates, or was it made after the tree
I'm
grew?
aware it's up to date.
Okay. We should look at that for the basic perimeter and layout of the school.
What I understand is just a rock face that goes on back behind here.
Semicircle rock face.
I think there are cliffs to the sea that way further.
Right. If anyone's using flying magic, it's gonna be a moot point, but that's pretty hard stuff to master, so.
The music. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh dear.
The dorms are also pretty closed in. Don't have to worry about flying.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
There's also a way to rappel down from the rocks across. Yeah,
There's a way?
gathering building. There's a number of
Or do you-
clearings up there. Some that overlook directly the dorm area.
Oh, but there's not
point
anything
you can
actively
reach the
set up
wall from
there.
as well.
Not presently.
No,
Gotcha.
it's rather easy to traverse up to.
I know what you're talking about. If our walls are compromised, that means the dorms are compromised, then. Because it's from the wall, so you get up there.
Our two main entry points would be the front gates and the docks, then. As a
Right.
consideration
I would
to
say
work, first and foremost.
Seems that Ventus and Ignis might have the most opportune entrances into their dorms from the pathways. Actually, does Ventus go uphill? I don't know. There are other alternate pathways through the dorm area. Immediate door. Terra's on the opposite end of that with the main path.
The plan isn't so much that we need to figure out what each team thinks their best offensive strategy is, but rather the combined one, yes?
Yeah.
Right.
Then in addition to the gate, the docks, and the wall,
Kingsley?
other points that need some amount of defense, or at least someone to investigate, are perhaps the medical wing and clearing the main building.
Oh, okay. That's on me. No, that's on this.
It might be worth establishing a step process to an invasion. We'll be notified if there's going to be people entering through the shield's alarm system, so we can rally for an initial defensive front at the most glaring entry points. And from there we can mobilize when need be, if we discover them to be somewhere place else.
This dorm has an alternate exit behind the dorm area.
Kind of it would be difficult to communicate that since we don't exactly have the access of the rings or the earrings anymore. It would be a
Right.
matter of the professors to relay that, if that would be of any importance.
Another reason I was thinking Aqua might be well placed by the barrier is that it's quite central and we have a couple of fast students that we could use to relay messages between the other teams. Should it be
That wouldn't be a
needed.
bad idea. It'd be worthwhile to probably have a couple teams at the front gate, ranged on the wall, and then, melee at the gate. That way, if anyone tries to come up the wall, it'll be defended. Or we'll at least know about
I
it.
can offer my team's abilities if that is the case. We are a heavy defensive front, so I think we'll find much use in protecting the gates at the front line.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a bad call.
It would just be the matter of figuring who would be on the ranged side of things, giving us covering fire.
We assume that two
Do any of
teams
your
are
teams
here.
specialize?
No. I was asking, I think, the same question.
Gotcha. I know we only really have Lucia. Well, now Isabel. They do a little bit of ranged stuff here and there. But we're not really focused on that. More of a mobile strike force
combine
kind of thing.
teams. In combination from different various teams and establish a sort of type for combative situations. We can assemble the rangers of each team and have them stuck upon the wall. If we
It wouldn't
can
be a bad idea,
identify who
actually.
is
If we
going
would
to be
just
doing so.
we need to have designated commanders, so that people know who's in charge of a certain front.
And for someone to take an accounting of those that might be missing should they not arrive. If team believes that their members are elsewhere and the commander in this case believes that their members are with the team, then it'll be difficult to track people down.
Yeah. I do fear that, though, because, well, most of the training we do here is cohesion as a team.
Yeah.
And if we split all of that up and people are taking commands from people they're not used to taking commands with, fighting with people that they're not used to fighting with, it could cause a lot of confusion, disarray, and ultimately, I just don't know if it would be a good idea. But it is something that we should consider.
We got
Well.
about a year and a half to get to know each other on this island. I think if shit hits the fan, we all better listen to each other a bit. Confusion, though, yeah, but that'll happen in battle anyway. It'll just come down to the
Captain
captains trying to work
Jackson.
through people. Yeah.
What ranged capability does Tara have? I believe you have a sidearm.
Me and Emma, I would say mid-distance. Definitely not long range for me anyway. We both have to work on our sights. But I have about 30 shots as of today. Emma still only has 10 in her weapon. I'm working on getting her more, or encouraging her to get more. That's just mana training.
Well, you carry a ranged weapon as well, do you not?
Not really.
It's more like a spray thing.
Maybe. Seems like it.
I
Just
have
the
a
way
rifle
that
built into my
why
arm,
we're
but
doing
it's not
this.
exactly the most
Maybe probably
accurate.
because of the ships. I believe.
They're probably close range.
In either case,
and what it's...
I don't think it would be... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say what it seems like it would be is a team down here and an auxiliary force up at the walls. If anything, just to keep people off of it.
Look up the wall.
Shooting down if possible. Yeah, let's look at the walls.
Oh, I was gonna go back. Thanks for following. I didn't expect that.
We just decided to join you.
You
Well-
all are aware that there is a ladder and a staircase inside of the tower, right?
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
I was not aware.
Last I checked.
No, I didn't know that either.
jumped.
Check.
Let me see.
You have an adversity to jumping, Val. Ah. Doesn't help to click when he's not here.
Have they all gone to utilize the ladder?
I don't understand the purpose in it, but it's clear enough up to the gate proper in terms of shooters.
No ladder.
Well, in the case that we are prepping for defenses, it'd probably be wise to gather some of the ranged equipment that we have in the storehouse and apply defensive
Gil
line
was
up
talking
here.
of
We do have
moving
siege
some of the the siege weaponry up here.
That's a good idea.
So if you have any of your members, muscle division, they'd appreciate their assistance.
I think
I
that
can bring it up as a task.
I'm just noting and thinking, and why are we doing this now? Maybe it's because of the ships? Maybe we should also think about the docks. That they might come, the pirates.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Right.
No. It's certainly something that we'll address. Should at least focus on one thing at a time for now, but it will be addressed.
Sorry.
There should
It's
be
good
enough
fun.
of us
No
to
worries.
spread across all important places on the campus, I'd say.
So at this point, we have at least tentatively Ignis here, Aqua at the generator. Is there a strategic value to the generator being preserved, other than presumably we want to have it? We lost it last time that there was an invasion.
Did we lose it because
Well,
someone
it
gained
would-
access to the actual base of it?
There is no ladder.
I
This
don't
is
know
the
how
only
it
way.
happened.
As of right
But
now,
they
we
were
could rig a
inside
quick
before
ladder
we
up
knew,
here, but it
and
might
they've
take
been
some
in
work
for
from
maybe an
crafting
hour.
division.
The assassins, they used a device, if I remember correctly.
So,
I haven't been
again,
flagged.
the shield keeps people from entering, or at least does it
I
trigger
still feel
alarms?
for the most part,
Mm,
it'll be
it's
good to
just
try
an
and
alarm.
preserve
No,
it.
it's passable.
It is a
I feel
detector.
stupid.
There's
I'm
talks
not
right
sure
now
it's
with
got
the
anything.
Aethertech professor, Monty. He wants to make it an actual barrier, but it's one thing to actually do that. Apparently, it's really hard, so we'll see. But
We'd be a mini Quakar without the primes.
I don't know, what's a Kakar?
It is
That's
a
the
city in
location.
Favira that has
Yeah.
sealed itself in.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
I was not aware that they.
I don't really
sealed
know much about
themselves.
Favira.
The other reason we had picked that spot was its vantage point. It's central and has good vision over most of the rest of the campus.
Right, and you did mention
Well,
that you had people who was able to relay information. So it would be a good
Aye, we have
point of
some
communication as well.
So we've got potentially Ignis in the at the gate, and then another team maybe manning siege weaponry up on the walls. I think that's a pretty good starting point.
I'll definitely be sure to write up an acquisition to have the siege weapons be moved, at least for the muscle division to take on.
So,
Sure.
Wouldn't be hard to be prepared.
So in this situation, is it a situation that he actually gave us, or because I didn't hear one, I was just assuming it was the general
I believe
strategy
it's our
of Rosewood.
default response to the alarm. was
Yeah,
it not?
default response to the
Okay,
alarm.
okay.
Such that people should know where to
Right.
go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask the question, does anyone know how to use siege equipment?
I'm
I
kind
can't
of
say
not.
that
I need
do
more than
personally.
one person to do it
I've-
well.
I've read about it.
Yeah.
Similarly, but I never handled it personally.
If we are
I've
going to
seen
make a
them
plan,
in
we need
Joseph,
to make it in our toolbox, as to say. And from the sounds of it, siege equipment is out of our toolbox.
Right.
Then
maybe we should do some lessons.
I was
Like
going
one
to
of the
say,
Or
players.
we
you do
could
have
do
the ship
something
captain here.
simpler, like boiling tar pots.
Won't that take a while?
Take as long as it does.
Won't moving the siege equipment here take a while?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we wouldn't be doing that during a siege.
Hang on.
Do you think you would be comfortable with Tara taking that role here atop the walls?
Tara training them all in siege equipment. I don't know. This is the idea that we all rush to the wall, correct?
No, just that Ignis and Tara would.
I see.
Aqua will be at the generator, and then we need coverage both of searching the wider campus and
I see.
the docks and medical.
Right. I'm fine to put Tara on anything as long as we have time to, get familiar. I'm not going to give controls over to Morgan of a ballista if she doesn't know how to operate it.
Of course.
I still
What if the
believe
docks
a
are being
class would be
attacked
in order.
and not the wall?
As I was going to say, if we are considering the matters of siege equipment and considering an attack possibly on the docks, us having a general knowledge of the equipment overall would definitely bring us an advantage. Either way.
True. I mean,
than just having
cannons
those
are
who
easier.
specialize.
I think there's a stack of cannonballs already wheeled up on the docks
There
over
are.
there. I'm not sure though. I haven't looked at it.
Well, at least cannons. I can't certify there's cannonballs present.
Well, for now we know at least we've got a team set up to defend the wall or retake the wall.
Two teams.
And yeah, 2 teams, and
Okay.
I think we should probably move on from this point. Siege weapons or no, we'll figure it
Okay.
out.
Really quick, what's the... Oh, go ahead. Oh. Well, I was going to ask what the importance of the shields generator was, if they've already breached the gate.
Honestly,
Its
nothing.
defense, at least.
Other than knowing if there's more coming in.
It's also operating on the assumption that we're keeping the gate locked at all times. Well, no one's going outside, which means we'd have to have a few people here to unlock it. I think so. I know that some seers have slipped out to talk to the spirits. I believe Caleb has actually wandered down to a tree to give offerings to a few in the past, and he's able to open it himself. So Ignis could open it, but
Well, I think no matter what, we're definitely going to need, like, a 2-factor kind of scenario with this. One, if the enemy is already in the walls, and one, if they are out of the walls. I think for in the
Right,
walls, it's going to be just securing and retaking the position that he would be at, generally. And then moving to assist others. Does that sound pretty fair to everybody? Okay.
I do believe a team suited for mobility would also be a good idea, but I think we've also lingered here for too long. It'd be worth considering.
Let's move on.
Yeah, we can move on. Okay. Putting siege equipment up. Putting a ladder in the gate would be nice, because running all the way around this path is probably a waste of time.
Well, as it would be in a central position, if Aqua were by the shield generator, they'd be able to easily move to assist any team from that point. So
Aqua can move quickly
That's
enough.
true.
We could use some sort of fire or smoke or some such or another to indicate at the various locations what the status is.
Yeah, magical beacons. We should give them for the positions. And that way we can, have it clicked, and then a light lights up and it shows that it's basically SOS. There's
Oh.
something wrong here.
I see.
Could work.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
We should have an idea for a backup in case Lothario isn't present for that.
Hey, Gilligan. We're going
No,
over
he means
I think
instead of
he's
Lothario.
meaning the stuff, the defenses
Permanent
right now.
beacons. Oh,
Right.
Like the ones at the dorms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget the siege equipment at the training grounds is getting no use.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
Hi, Ferrari. Last time they broke in at the arena. There's a way if you keep going across the wall, you can jump on the roof over there.
Yes.
It's a bit awkward,
Though
but
it's difficult to get up there. From the other side, from outside.
Val informed me of an idea that he's
If they can scale those rocks, they can scale any rocks around the campus.
regarding defense.
I guess so.
I'm not sure how it would work out.
Still, all it takes is just a plank and setting it down. You can walk right across.
Confused why that was removed.
There are already planks across.
I thought they took them down.
Perhaps. I haven't been up in a little while. A couple of days.
Well, if it's only been a couple days, then never mind. Right.
That'll be the only thing that makes sense.
The arena itself is pretty defensible.
Training
I don't
ground.
really see it as a break-in point, do you guys?
This is where most of the siege
Only more than
equipment
the
is in the
arena.
back, according to Crest.
Okay.
There's a bunch on the second floor of the warehouse for no particular reason.
Okay.
Unless
well,
that's
that
been
sounds
moved.
Like it's gonna be annoying to get off there, but okay, could do that.
I'm not quite sure how they got it
counted
up
myself,
there.
but I'd imagine that'd be enough to man
Probably
both the walls
built it
and
on
put some up at the docks
in
as
theory.
well. If we choose to.
This area has been known for its mud, but I feel like that's a desperate situation right there. You know, making a final stance
It'd
in
be
the
good
marsh.
for a form of guerrilla warfare if things become that dire, but
Yeah.
doesn't really offer too much.
Yeah. I
The
think
same
there
could
is
be
still
said for-
mud there,
for the
as
graveyard
far as I've
as
heard.
well.
Lucia found some. Well, in
Now
the
this
in
is-
the event. Yes, go on, Luca. Sorry.
I was gonna say this is our biggest point of concern. While I think our dock's only big enough for one or two big ships to dock. If they
Yeah,
had
the
a
smaller ships
you know
could still
boarding
put wide open
parties
dock.
come on the beach in smaller boats, it'd be easy for them.
They'd need to row in, right?
Yeah.
They
which
would.
means we could move siege equipment here, or if there's already cannons,
Hey.
maybe we could take shots.
I believe we'd have enough siege equipment to man both the wall and the docks here.
How many people does it take to man a piece of equipment?
Inefficiently, one person can do it, but usually 2 to 3. For you know, like a ballista.
So realistically, we
need a lot of
can't
teams.
actually field more than one or two pieces at any given location anyways. Probably not
Right.
more than one.
Unless we came into a lot of money, we could hire some, you know, mercenaries or something.
True. Well, yeah, that's true.
The second other matter is to understand how many teams would need to be present if it's going to be a case of someone entering and invading from the sea. There would need to be a team present for the docks and one possibly on the beach. I don't believe
On the
that
first
one
week
team
here,
alone
I
can
did a run of the campus and looked at
There's
its
one thing
defenses,
about
and they were
assault
not
from the
promising to
water,
begin with.
As long as it's not using anything unexpected that I couldn't account for it. I'd imagine you'd have time
Without
to
the
react,
fog, we'd be
see
able
them
to see into the
approach. It's one
horizon,
of the slower
should
ways
help.
to get into the grounds rather than charging across the land.
A lot of times there's this fog.
That was fucked off, but
Especially this fog.
they have the defensive line.
Well, he gave me his 2 cents ahead of time. But I was gonna wait till, we got to the end of this tour.
Let's see here.
Well, what's his thoughts, Captain? There's no point in us moving around if we don't have any conclusions.
Well, based on what Luca was saying and the idea that, somebody being stuck outside the wall, it's a little bit different, but specifically it goes into the standard of collecting all the teams into one area and operating from there. But apparently he admitted a tactical list and suggestions months ago to the school. What was it? Oh, when the alarm is hit from the barrier being crossed, I assume, all of the teams collect in the main hall. We have 2 teams stay in the main hall to defend it, and then 4 teams head out, 2 to go toward the docks and 2 to head to the dorms. When the docks and the dorm teams are reached, the other 2 will go and run along the edges of the perimeter and meet in the middle. And if anything goes wrong, we should be able to find out. It doesn't really eliminate the interior as well, but I suppose, we'll see something as we head out around the school. And it's also in the standard of not being able to, guard the wall right away, which would allow people inside. Yeah.
That's
I don't remember. The end of it might have been that everybody meets at the mess hall again, or it might have been that that's just how it goes. And okay,
That's how it is
we all check
presently,
in with
according
each
to
other.
the Chancellor.
It is?
Which means it's
Oh.
not desirable. That's what he said, no?
Okay, I didn't know.
I
Today,
just heard
I
him
don't
say
know
make a
because,
battle
yeah, I
plan
didn't
or
know
make a
anything
defense
today.
strategy.
Yeah, I just heard him say that. But I
The goal is
suppose
that every student knows what it is they're expected to do.
Right.
True.
I do agree that
The
the
issue
school
is that
has a
you feel
merited
confusion.
importance. It needs to be defended. Team being present there wouldn't hurt. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's alright.
It's not a bad
Just
idea to
thinking
have 2
about-
people or 2 teams at the school itself, combing it, making sure it's clear, and then joining the other teams at the entry points. But maybe just 1 team if everyone else is going out in the field. Because at that
one
point,
team
the
could be
castle's
overwhelmed
not
pretty
likely to be
easily,
breached.
depending on the enemy type.
It would be a matter of where the defense point would be. The castle is a large place, but I'm imagining
Yeah, no, that's a good point,
exacting
Luca.
defenses to be at possibly
Find the source
the
of the
chancellor's
problem.
office. In front of the school.
We also need to identify where our choke points are for falling back.
Yeah,
Because if it is a
that's a good
large
idea.
force like this, we can't just stand our ground on this beach the whole time. We're going to have to fall back to a choke point. And if
Yeah,
we fall back to that
worst
choke
case
point, we need to make
scenario,
sure that that doesn't get enveloped from another
Docks or
side.
The gate will need to be a means of retreat. Worst case scenario.
The infirmary.
Infirmary's not bad. It's got nice walls around it.
Yeah.
It's where all of our injured will be, and if we're losing,
Mm-hmm.
Then we can collect them and evacuate.
It's a good idea. Good idea.
Maybe. If it's that bad, though, I think it's, well, I think we're standing our ground at that point.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. It's more of a turtle tactic. Is we've had plenty of experience with that. But
So then,
succeeded so far.
what about this? Since this is a wider, more undefended area, the alarm bell hits, 1 team is designated to go to the castle. They get the situation, they interact with the chancellor and the other professors. Or actually, wait, the professors can all hold their own. Maybe the professors hold down the keep.
I would also find it as it would be useful if they were to relay any information that they already know of the situation ongoing. So
That's true.
if that would be
So
the
maybe
case, they
one
can
team
let
meets
us know.
there. Then they spread out to delegate or let everyone else know. And in the meantime, 2 teams go to the wall, 3 teams come to the dock. If the situation is dire, they fall back to a designated choke point, which there's this rock ridge that kind of goes throughout all of the school, and I think that would be a great natural choke point.
It's true.
We just have to
Trouble is
identify the
getting
weak
there.
points there.
Yeah, that's,
Right.
that's
So
the main
we-
problem we suffer is
the castle
teams are
will be
going to be
defenseless.
divided in an emergency situation.
What I'm saying
Right,
is,
but
if everyone
that's
knows
not-
where the emergency choke points that they fall back are at,
Mhm.
then the team that has to fall back can send a runner to the other team to let them know that they've fallen back. And then they'll know where they've fallen back to. They can decide what to do from there.
Wouldn't the
Because
best
if
choke
we're
point be
only
the
facing
castle
a
then?
waterfront force, then we want to create a wall of defenders further in.
Still, I think it would
maybe
be
I
good
can
to
show you
have a
guys what I
freeform
mean,
team.
If defenders have gotten inside, won't it just be chaotic enough to not matter what the plan was? We're not
Yeah.
going to be able to move to a choke point. If defenders have gotten inside and teams are being
attackers?
overwhelmed.
Invaders?
What did I say?
Defenders.
No, yeah, I know what you meant. You said
Oh.
defenders.
If our opposition has gotten within the wall and fucked with our plans and injured enough people that there's a place that's been overrun,
Yeah.
there's a decent chance
That's not
that
what
they
I'm
will
saying.
be.
What
Go
I'm
on,
talking
sorry.
about is if the odds are looking dire, say we're
Oh,
out
yeah.
here
Yeah,
and we're
bleak
fighting like a
situation.
2-to-1 battle, then we can decide before things get too crazy and hectic to fall back to a choke point. Hold that choke point, try and even the odds. It's basic military tactics. If you're outnumbered, you lessen the field of battle so that only so many of their people can fight at once. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm
I
not
understand.
against making the choke points the... Well, actually, no, because that's 3 exits, isn't it? Okay.
The matter would be identifying where we would hold the choke point, which the ridge
Yeah.
is ideal.
The ridge
it's a
has
bit difficult
2
to-
exits. Well, 2 exits? Or 3 exits?
Well, let's just go walk it.
4 exits. That sounds
You can
pretty
get
good.
up here,
My favorite
and
bridge is
then
up there.
there's 2
Another path.
entrances at the
to the
dorms.
arena,
Ish.
the way we
Yeah,
came from
yeah.
the dorms, and
Okay.
if you go round towards the graveyard, you can get around that set of rocks as well.
Interesting. Graveyard. The graveyard is a very out of
It
sight
wasn't-
place if we need to hide somewhere. A lot of
I
people
would
don't
not want to
really
trample upon the dead.
remember. Yeah.
Let's see. This is the main area, and that's another area.
Also, in relation to what you suggested earlier, we could just have, teams of 2 moving to specific locations as soon as the alarm hits. That would really, give us more of a awareness of exactly what
Right.
the situation is, because of the teams that don't meet up with each other are probably the ones that are engaged with something. We just have them spread out, go check it out, come back to an area, maybe the mess hall or the infirmary. Might be a good idea.
Well, Ignis and Terra are going to the same place.
Mm-hmm.
If Aqua is in their middle position, or acting as a reserve, then they are already assigned. We need one team
Well,
defending.
it seems that
the
Aqua will be the
infirmary.
team to be.
I think that middle position should
maybe
maybe
the
be
good
Aqua's
team.
secondary fallback point and not where they go initially. Because
Fair enough.
Yeah.
there's not really a point to holding that if everyone else is desperately fighting to get everyone, get invaders off of the island.
True. It has
No, I
done
was
its
going to
job at
say-
that point as well.
It might be best to delegate them as the mobility team. They
And
would
there
be the
is
one
another
to
route around
reside in the
that way,
castle
quite
once
far.
the bell rings, and they can communicate the information that needs to be relayed. Then, in the case
Which
The thing that I'm
Sounds
getting
like
to the
fall
long
back-
way is Ventus by far, 4 of our 6.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, yeah. I mean, Tyra's a scouting team, so...
I'm gonna switch to
it does-
shouting because it's just easier to hear.
Okay. Um,
Because we're all kind of
If
walking
you're-
at different lengths,
if you're referring to mobility as in scouting, then Terra could probably cover that ground pretty quickly, but it depends on the members of Terra
well,
specifically. There's plenty of people who
not
can run quick.
necessarily scouting, more so that they would have the mobility and means to communicate information quickly.
Oh, right.
Therefore,
That
they could
makes
be the
sense.
ones to report first to the castle, and once done, they can relay the information needed to the teams that are already in place. Then, if things become dire, then they return to the initial placement that they had established.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So
We
there's these
have
three,
need
and then
of-
there's how many more? There's the central one from
The
the arena.
path to the arena, and then any route from the dorms, which is the route we took.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
so
route
that's
next to
5?
Oh,
there's a lot of
goodness.
pathways up to the ridge. Specifically is why I bring it up, because, you know, if we're looking for choke points, we need a place with limited exits.
Well,
With
we should
one
just
team
go off
holding
the
a
ridge if
choke
we're
point
really
like
looking
this,
for
the
the
point
advantage.
seems a little big just for the
Not
sensory
this ridge,
team.
the one in the middle.
That's true. Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no
good
reason
point.
not to just
Maybe
use
it can
the
be
high
pushed
ground.
up further. Yeah, high ground's
The
good.
high ground is taken.
This isn't a
on
bad
off of the-
spot.
Taken
You can
first
hop
and
I
up
don't
on
mean
the high
here.
ground,
I
shoot
mean,
down.
utilized if
Luca.
the fog isn't
Yeah?
present.
I mean the high ground, like up where the shield generator is. There's only 3, 4 paths up there.
Oh wow, this is really high.
And if we needed to have a more concise thing, one side of the bridge has only the path down, and the bridge itself is the choke point.
Yeah, so I think a team would be holding there for sure, but I don't think we need multiple people up there.
I mean, if we're for a fallback.
Right, the fallback, but let me kind of explain what I'm talking about. So we've got our outer barriers, which is the wall and the ocean. That's our ideal where we want to push them back out from, right? And that's where they're going to be coming from. Then there's a secondary fallback ring, which is this sort of natural ridge line that forms, which would be a place that teams could be able to hold initially to try and recoup without, giving up the school. And then the absolute worst scenario is we are holding the keep and the infirmary.
Right.
And that's the last line of defense.
Thank you, Slayer.
That's what I'm thinking in my mind.
My concern is that trying to fall back to these locations requires everyone across the entire school to fall back basically simultaneously.
Yeah. The coordination.
If one team's ahead of the others, then the other teams are going to get surrounded before they've even walked backwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If the teams at the docks retreat first and they happen to go over towards the arena, then the people at the gate are going to encounter them. That's the trouble. It's not... It's the right idea,
Well,
I totally agree. I just not sure
what
there's
I'm-
enough distance.
What I'm saying, when this team falls back, they send a runner to the gate to let them know that they're falling back. If nothing's happening at the gate, they can move up and push the arena. You know what I mean? And then it's a full wall against the enemy of us. If there's people at the wall and no one at the docks, and they send a runner saying they're falling back, then we can push in from that area, and that gives us a flank.
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And if both sides
Okay.
are falling back, or if, this side's falling back and the other side's engaged, then they'll know, all right, we need to fall back and lose this ground. And then inner ring is formed, and vice versa. Does that sound doable?
It's not a
I mean, I'm just hearing.
terrible idea.
I'm just hearing brainstorms right now. I'm gonna memorize whatever plan we officiate.
Do we really need to officiate everything today? Isn't this something we can also think about?
We have time. They
Yeah,
did
we can
say
think about it.
A few days to think upon it. But having something established, at least for today, would be good. Nothing finalized.
It's something
of
we
course.
should prioritize as well, because we shouldn't forget this, and then I'll be confused if anything serious happens. I mean, with the Red Lady showing up in Lenvale, that's not exciting news. Who's to say Rosewood isn't the next place to get harassed by them?
What?
Does anyone know how far is I don't understand boats. How far is Linvale? It's a day's walk, but ships move faster than walking.
By boat, I think half a day, day and a
Half a day, a couple hours.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
If it's one ship the same
I
size
mean-
as that, it can't be an invading
Yeah.
force too large, maybe 80 people.
True. I mean, you could pilot Actually, I wouldn't know. That's something I read in a book. You would
Has
probably be able to
there
answer
been
that
any
question better.
documentation of the Red
Depends on the
Lady's
size of the
fleet size? Or at least what they have in terms of number?
How many people would it take?
I'm not sure any students have seen it.
Worthy ship to descend upon a place like this.
We've gotten reports from the ship's
operate.
crew. We've gotten reports from the villagers.
To do with it.
And the person that came in with the Virali, I think. Maybe?
You're going to want a lot more people than if you're trying to sneak in as well.
Do you think they could fire cannonballs at any of the main structures from the docks? Or would that be too difficult?
It would be optimistic. Very optimistic.
Okay. So they'd probably disperse here and then spread out. Okay.
You know what? I kind of want to check up further because isn't there there's an arch?
There's an
That might be the
archway,
place
yes.
that we want to pull back.
Be honest, I've never really been too further out this way. Myself.
Yep. That's why I brought it up. Graveyard is a very quiet place.
I need to visit the grave today.
Oh, that archway. Right, okay. Yeah, it's another exit. There's lots of paths leading to Rosewood, seems.
This is much better. And they've got visibility, so if, everyone's going that way, they
nice
can
wall.
know that the forces are under attack.
It's true. Nobody's gonna see
The only problem is these
backwards.
people would be way further out than anyone else from the
Aye, and if everyone was falling back from this point, they'd have the furthest to go.
Yeah.
Anyone that overruns the next choke point can cut this group off easily.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
Alright,
the
bad
thing
spot
we're,
there.
we're risking with messengers anyway.
I mean, presumably,
Perhaps we could have
we're
some
not going to be engaged.
construction prepared that we could send maybe one person to trigger and that it would cause enough of a...
That's a great idea. We can make
Quickly.
palisades.
Something like that.
Magical. I like the idea of the magical signals running out and being able to activate a device to show which locations are, having minimal or no activity, or activity specifically.
We should come up with something that isn't related to the magical devices, because if we have another Ken Veil, we're not going to have the magical devices with us. We want to have
That's a good
something that's
point.
used to demonstrate the risk and the danger.
What do you mean? I thought the magical devices I think he's talking about are the you click them and it's a beacon that lights up. Is that?
Yeah, that's what I
Correct.
meant.
But we should have solutions that work when we're not at the school.
That's it's like flares. I mean, they've been
Well,
using flares for a while.
the specific idea right now is to create a defensive plan for this campus.
Right,
That would be
but if
something
we're
definitely worth
investigating, if we're
considering.
investing time and energy into, in this case, the beacons, presumably that's going to take one of the divisions some amount of time. Whereas if we can just make something that's portable,
We have flares.
if it's
I
not
made
more
flares,
work.
like 3 months ago.
He did make flares. Nobody's really
We
made
do have
use
a
of
couple
them.
of flares, yes.
Yeah, no one
I
ever
have no
uses my
idea
flares.
about that. Well, then we're going to use flares. That's clearly the best choice.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. Let's use some flares. Let's get some flares distributed.
We'll have to
We
talk
should
to
leave some at each of the
well,
places.
every team captain should have an Aethertech flare that shoots up one of 3 different colors. But yeah,
If the
but I think
captains
it's a
are
great
not-
idea
I'll have
to
to find
make
mine. Present
palisades
as
or
well,
maybe
we can
small walls
send that
on
out.
these inner ring choke points. Something that's
Yeah.
easily defendable. Something that gives us more time. Maybe put a little gate there or something. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
That wouldn't be too bad of a thought. Definitely give the lots of divisions some work to do.
Back in Kulani, they do a lot of these
Division's
half
going to have a
walls.
lot of
So
work on their hands.
walls are about as tall as a person, but then about halfway up there's a platform, so you can climb the stairs and then use a spear down off the platform and stuff like that. Whoops.
Hmm.
Like stab or
We'll
shoot
just
or
fight
whatever.
between rocks. If we're lucky, at least.
Trees could be used. I mean, it depends on how long this campaign's going to take anyway.
I have to get used to.
I do see merit in Val's idea of just having, teams individually eliminating one area after the other.
Well, if the alarm goes off, it means they're outside the barrier, coming in.
Right.
Which means we know they're not inside yet.
But will there
So
be enough people to take on whatever entrance they're at, or will they have to wait for reinforcements anyway?
We won't know. That's what we'll have to establish with the defensive forts.
Mm-hmm. The more I look at it, the more those walls are, I think, the way that we need to go. Wall there, wall there, wall there, with little
walls are
entrances.
really good at making linear pathways.
That'll be something to consider over time, but we need a solution for the now.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't change our now solution.
But now it's just stand at the entrance.
Stand at the entrances? So we divide and even
doesn't sound too
split
bad.
down the middle for teams and just send them to each.
No, we have other there are other things that are important. We have, like I said, it is important that we defend the infirmary because historically we've been bad at that. And we've often had injured reasonably quickly.
What if?
Or all of the villagers that are here, assuming they remain, might also be injured.
That's true. They
Thus-
might even need a pickup from other teams.
What we so far seem to
Thus
have
it seems-
established is that Ignis and Terra will be at the front gates. Aqua will be...
Yeah, Ignis and Terra be at the front gate.
I suppose floating? I'm not exactly sure Aqua's status.
Aqua is at the main
If we
building,
have-
but ready to move out of it. I think
we have-
Ventus would be good to be at the infirmary if they have the most healers.
Probably.
Agreed.
If we have two teams at both the docks and the gate, Aqua searches the main building and then the rest of the campus for any other errant intruders that have gotten by. And then
That would
leaves
leave Umbra and Lumen going to the
and
docks.
Umbra for the docks?
Yeah.
That would make the most sense.
I
That
still
would
think
be
we
all
should
right.
have 3 at the docks because it's just a wider area to defend.
Then what do we give up? The infirmary or the searching the school?
Searching the
wall.
school because, like I said, if the alarm's
infirmary
just
takes
going off,
priority.
it means all the invaders are already outside, still outside. They have to get through the wall or they have to dock.
In
Gives
both
us
of the
time to
last two
mobilize.
times, the alarm bell has been rung with the demons and the bandits. They had people inside the school before the alarm.
Aye. Right.
Wait, how?
Oh yeah, those.
They had
Well,
already made the way
because
inside.
they just snuck through somehow the first time with the bandits. That's why the arsonist was on the 3rd floor. And the demons, I have no fucking clue. Someone said they were
Right.
through. I didn't.
No, I
that's
saw
in
them.
that
They did
case
get
then-
through. They were quite deep into the school.
Well, then
at the time.
the infirmary, because at the very beginning there's not going to be any wounded. I think we should
Yeah.
have as many
We should hold
teams
it.
on the front as possible.
Yeah.
And if there does become wounded, then there's a fallback. Besides, we'll also have the professors, and they can control the grounds.
Okay.
So, for the first step
That's true.
plan then,
The professors are quite an asset. We should.
Terra and Ignis for the front
utilize
gates. And Aqua
I'm just
for
thinking.
mobilizing the
Don't
main
touch it.
building.
We're kind of
And
Don't touch it.
talking about,
Poison on it.
I
you know,
wasn't
almost like
planning
it's.
to.
Sorry, what?
I
I
know.
do
Just
recall.
in case.
Hang on a second.
It's been poisoned.
Pretty sure.
What the fuck?
Yes, there's been
That
poison.
should be
It's been-
public
It
knowledge
would
Would have
for all
been
of
nice
us.
to have been informed.
Yeah, why?
Right.
Who
I
poisoned it?
assumed that people
I
knew
just found
this.
out like 2 days ago.
I don't know. I know.
I
I know
think
this
it's
because
clear
Gelliv was
poison,
poisoned,
so
so
don't
you got to
touch
touch it. So yes, just don't touch it.
Don't touch it.
All right.
It doesn't. Are there other things that are poisoned that we're not supposed to touch?
I don't think so.
Not to my.
I'll
knowledge,
find out
no.
though. I'm sure.
I wish you luck. Curious
Gotcha.
of your methods to
Hi,
figure it out.
Nico.
I meant
I
asking.
hope not by trial and error.
That would be the worst of that. Yes.
You can lick it though, which I find very interesting.
Don't
kidding,
don't
please
lick
don't do
things in the
that.
winter. You'll get stuck.
Don't believe that to be your eyes either.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. Oh, man. Okay. So, bridge. Bridge.
This would be very easy to wall in right down there.
It's actually got really good support structures unless they send a fireball or, something powerful right here. In the middle. Oh.
It seems a bit risky, if I'm honest. The fall would be too great.
But it is definitely a good place to make combat more linear in your favor. Like if anyone wanted to retreat either direction,
We could set a trap, so if we are
Well,
to...
ooh, if we set up the squads to have a sort of like arrowhead in on each side. This is just a tactic idea, but it's just that, somebody at the front of the squad and then the other three go down that way. Then enemies would have no choice but to go like one-on-one. You know what I mean? That's why the martial combat came to. That Emma doesn't really have a weapon.
We could
for
fell
that,
the bridge
but
if it becomes
yeah,
overrun.
range could go at the end.
If...
Yeah, exactly. That as well.
There are several
Wouldn't be a
people
bad
that don't
idea.
have a melee weapon.
Oh.
Or not an excellent one.
Okay.
Emma, Kiki, Lucia. At least not that I've seen her wearing.
She's
got her combat knife, but
Knife a
that's
lot.
about it.
Well, I suppose. that
Right,
doesn't
but if
technically
she's
count.
facing someone with a broadsword,
So
best
she
to
knows how
have
to use
strategies
it.
which allow that to work.
Yeah.
So, is there any place else we should visit?
I
Yeah,
can't think of any
I'd like to
other
look
than
down
the
here
main
again.
building.
Considering the whole wall thing, I know this is our kind of most oblong area, I guess you could say.
It is rather abstract in design.
That's gonna be great.
Well, if we walled up over there by the dorms and then right here, then that's still only 5 entrances that can all be covered with a central floating team.
Sorry, y'all. It's over here.
Ron,
Metish,
are you going to be busy for a while? Hi.
I'm
mean, if
not
you
sure
are.
how much longer will it take.
Where are you planning on putting the walls?
Is everything alright?
Well,
yeah.
maybe down there and then over
we
there.
are needed
but
for something
then
in the training area, but you can take your time.
if this
I can let
area
them know. Just
gets
I'll wait
lost,
there.
we lose the whole central plateau because there's ways down there, there,
Take your
across
time.
the bridge.
Just finish up.
Yeah, you could hold out here pretty well if you're invading.
But presumably, the teams at the gate can fall back and defend these locations.
That's
Yeah.
Because
And if they're being overrun and they've sent a
the
runner,
dorms
then
and the plateau, and this is the choke point here where that will meet.
if we are being outnumbered
Even
heavily
overrun.
enough that we've been pushed back to this point, then presumably we're standing ground. Not a lot of options in that
what I'm
point.
saying is,
one team
from
here
this
and one
point,
team there, and they both push back.
I want to make sure that they both have
that
retreat
team's
options.
got a lot longer way to go.
I see.
Oh, you
This
can jump.
team-
Yeah.
The team over there is not too bad because they can run through the teleporter and teleport to the school. This team I'm worried about. Well, no, this team can go across the bridge or they can go down that way if they need to retreat. That's fine.
The wall on that side isn't that tall either. You can hop down in a couple of places.
Gotcha.
You might twist an ankle, but better
Yeah,
than
in an
dead.
emergency it'll work. A pinch, in a pinch.
All right. Well, then with that, we've analyzed the outer ring and the second ring. Let's analyze back at the school with this kind of mindset
Okay.
in place.
Yeah.
Consider if the inner ring is our.
Well, we should consider after this inner ring is lost, how we should defend the main area.
Well, the,
I see what
has
you're
multiple entrance points.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be viable to
Touch and go.
use as a
The
chokehold.
infirmary has 2. The main castle has 3. Well, okay, they both have 3 if you count the bridge between.
Mhm.
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Here's the jump. Kind of. Yeah. Well, in the snow, it could be a good question to fall if we, build up a. Oh. I didn't realize it was gonna be so hard. That's spooky. Okay. had a tactical professor at my old school who gave us an assignment like this once. He said we
Really?
had... Yeah. Well, not exactly, but he said we had 5 months to complete based on this map that we were given. Our squad had to find out the best ways to defend this area on the map. And we'd already done exercises like that before, so it actually seemed too easy. But we were like, okay, cool, we're gonna get an easy, grade on this. It's gonna be high. Then we all submitted it. We had 5 months to really officiate what we wanted to do with it. We turned them all in, and then he lit fire to the stack of maps that we submitted. Then he handed us more maps and said, do it again in 5 minutes. And you can't use the same tactics that you came up with over the last 5 months.
I feel there's a.
So if we have
metaphor in
Ventus
this, but
meet at the infirmary. If there are wounded, defend them and tend to them. If there's not, then clear out the main building and become the floating team.
Yeah. I think around,
that way,
if it's...
if there are immediate injured, they're dealt with, and if not, then
it's true.
Work.
We'll definitely want at least 2 teams in the infirmary if it comes down to this point.
Oh, if we've fallen
And
back
the
this far.
rest- Yeah, if we've fallen back this far.
If we've
I
fallen
know
back
what
this
you mean,
far,
though.
it
The
would be
second...
pertinent
The
to have
second
Ventus
ring
here.
would be, I think at that point, if it's the second ring and we're defending, it'd probably just be best to have medical from just the medical division here. No, but then field, we need people on the field too.
Well, there will be
maybe
medical
Ventus does
members
fall back.
down.
Right.
They should take priority in healing. I don't know if we've established a system like that. I mean,
Absolutely,
it'll go as
we
it
should
goes,
get
because some
medical
people will
people
get
up
taken
first.
out, and other people will be, mildly wounded. But I think it's important to get as
medical-
many healers as we can up.
Our medical students have been capable of focusing on the healers already in the past, so I think that's not too much of a trouble.
Okay. Yeah.
Especially Lothario.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Is this a place you can easily jump into? Not really.
No.
No.
Not really.
That
Not
does
really.
look someone like that thing there. It looks like someone is like doing that.
It's
dabbing.
easy enough to
It's good
defend.
to jump
though.
from, but just about.
Somebody
2 or
stabbing.
3 people standing on this bridge can hold it from the outside.
I jumped it.
Okay. Okay. Did you jump back over?
I did jump back over.
Oh, okay. So you can jump in. I didn't know that. I can't. I can't jump back in.
Probably need 2 teams in the front,
I don't exactly.
2 teams at
have
medical,
heights,
and then
so
2
I'll
teams
just
in
jump in
the
the back as we
rear.
can.
Well, if we need one on the bridge, potentially.
Yeah,
Where's the front of the fence force?
That'll be getting ourselves.
The back door is reasonably defensible. It's narrow, and the kitchen's the only thing inside, so it's...
The good choke points are true.
Right.
The windows are not going to be easy to break through because they have metal bars all over them. So I don't think we could do a single file out.
I believe it'd be best
emergency
to
situation.
utilize the back door as a form of retreat if
Okay.
anything goes awry.
Are you?
Did
Okay. I didn't see anyone.
heard someone call?
Yeah, I did too. Might have been upstairs.
Might be worthwhile to build a small wall out here too. Just, around the.
I mean, this needs a door. I don't know if we had one before, but it needs one.
Yeah. All right.
There are doors here. Actually,
Yeah, we could
these
just
doors.
bar it.
Yeah. Could bar this area as well. What's this?
If we bar it,
Yeah,
then
if
we
we
only
lose
need the
this
one
area, we
team
lose our
because they can
food.
send. Well, I mean, sure, I guess.
I found an alternate route. I don't know where it goes.
We've also lost our homes and the staff's homes and
Yeah.
most of the school, but
There's another route upstairs, around this corner. I think it's kind of a blind spot. I think there's one back there as well. But that might be the only exit out of the mess hole.
There's no way out upstairs.
Yeah, there's no
There's
way out.
entrances if you can climb that high, but
we could twist an ankle over the garden. But other than that,
oh, you mean escaping? Gotcha. Oh, we
Yeah,
just put a
yeah.
couple of ropes on top. Then you can just hop down. Though we should assume that there will be injured when we are escaping.
So in defense, it will be these two areas and that. You have a nice pillar here to divide a couple things.
Yeah, there's ways to fall back.
I do recall.
I've never. Well, then again.
It was a few months back.
So we
that
need to
were
make a decision.
Planted to defend this place, but
For the very, very desperate of situations, do we all fall back to the infirmary? Is that the final last stand area? Or do we abandon the infirmary and try to protect the castle, which has our resources and everything else in it?
We won't have medicine if we abandon the infirmary.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a limit to what we
should-
can take with us.
We should stay upright and fighting, and that will be the medicine specifically getting us out there. We could grow more food. You know.
It's also
to
harder
destroy
to
our
move a large
villages.
amount of injured than those that are still combat capable.
Yeah.
that is also fair.
Let's go look at the exits.
All right, then.
I think the infirmary has a better
Okay, cool.
set of
And
entrances to hold as well.
that's for falling back in a dire situation. So
That's our last stand. That's where we fight to die.
Okay. Are we presenting this to the Chancellor?
Maybe in the next couple days. I'm gonna write something up and then
Yes.
show it to you guys and see what y'all think.
Okay, that sounds good.
Based on all the stuff we talked about.
Yeah,
I do feel like we've seen everything, so if anyone else comes with any good ideas or something like that, write it up. We can all take a look at it. I plan to write something up based on what I talked about. But yeah, I think we did a pretty good job of covering everything.
A piece of advice, this works better for individuals than groups, but put yourself outside of the location you're trying to attack and figure out how you'd get in.
Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna go rest my feet.
Okay. Thank you, Captain.
See you guys.
Yeah, see.
Well done, y'all. I'll be doing my own departure. Take care. Excuse me. After you.
What's next?
Listen, Laurie.
I don't know.
Okay. You're... Where should we go?
Find Ventus to discuss the other stuff, or...
I'm not quite sure what to do now.
I don't know.
Well, I should probably check on Terra. I'll probably have to
Well,
ask some questions about...
let's head back to the dorm and see if anyone's around.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we are. Okay.
Is this something that just Democra
Yeah.
knows? Supposedly Malik and Octavian is well known.
Every time. He's all like, happy-go-lucky. Woo woo, do 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 do.
Sit a moment.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do one thing. seriously need something to drink. And it's not gonna be water. Because I'm not good at drinking water. Ugh. I'm very good at drinking Monster and soda. I know water is good for me, but water is boring. I think I'm good. I hydrated. I did hydrate. Ugh. Ugh.
I hope I didn't inject myself too thoroughly.
I'm not very good at defense and war plans, and so I appreciate that you did what you did.
Glad I could help. There's an immediate question that comes to mind. Your thoughts on the book?
You mean about the whole like terrorist thing? Well, as Arcturus said, his soul is depleted. And it might already be done. I hate the book. It's not a book that should be, there. It shouldn't.
I didn't really mean that particular book.
I don't know. Should I give it to Arcturus? So we can help them more? I'm not sure. I remember taking the book because people said that we might be good at taking something because we didn't actually know if the necromancers, if that, if they were there. That's why I took it. I wasn't gonna use it for anything or do anything like that. It's just I got instructed to take something and then I did.
I don't think you've acted in error. Though, and I suspect you'll reject this summarily, but there is a much better argument to be made that I should return it.
Why?
There are weaker reasons for you to have obtained it. You had a stated intent to try to read the other one, It's minor, but so is Luke's infraction. As a divine caster, my celestial well has awakened. Or is awakening, which at that point will make it difficult or impossible for me to ever cast occultic magics. It would also be demonstrable that I have not done so in that way, to my understanding. And I have a better excuse for why I took it.
No. No, I should... It's me. I should do it. I need to...
Why?
I took it. It's my responsibility. It's not yours. I'm fine with... I can hand it to Acteris and say that I was instructed to take something and research what... if everything there is necromancy or whatever. And this maybe will help him if that decision of making, doing what they're going to do. Maybe that book will help too.
Maybe. It may well be that it doesn't. And I suspect someone else has taken something.
Well, we have two choices then. Either we return it to Acteris, or we burn it.
There's a third choice. Don't give it to Acteris. Instead, give it to Lady Rosewood. You still intend to speak with her, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah.
In all honesty, she may well be able to determine who has taken things.
I was assuming it was me because I took a book. And I think maybe other
There
people
were more
took...
books than the extra one. I think someone else took it. Honestly, had I thought of it, it would be something that interested me to a certain extent.
Mm.
Not for the necromancy, but... What comes to mind is that it might hold answers as to the manipulations of flesh as well.
What do you mean?
From the descriptions I've heard, she had created creatures of flesh, yes?
Yes. You don't think
I
that...
have an interest in the ability... Go on.
Are you trying to say you want to restore your flesh? We shouldn't take...
The thought came to mind.
We shouldn't take necromancy lightly, and I think everything has a cost. As divine, as occult, as necromancy.
Whether it's properly... Elenia? You can come in.
Hello. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
No.
No. No, we're just talking.
Alright. How did it go?
Several people seem inclined to think that we are going to stage a significant multi-stage defense of a school with 36 people. When what will actually happen is when a point has gotten overrun, there will be no defense to fall back to because it has been overrun. That team has been incapacitated and defeated and cannot simply fall back to hold a wider location elsewhere.
How dare you put me in timeout? I didn't do anything. I said I did drink. I did hydrate.
I still think that it would be wise for Ventus to go to medical. As much as they all seem to think that there won't be any injured, when the demons attacked, there were already multiple individuals in medical. Yes. Our team has, as I mentioned earlier, Are you inclined to join medical division, by the way?
I would suppose so, since that is what I do.
I figured, you just don't have the armband. I've got a spare one somewhere. I don't think there's anything formal about it.
I did not know I was supposed to.
Oh, yeah, no. If you are a member of medical division and you
I did drink Monster, yeah.
Medical
no, not Monster, soda.
Then you wear the armband.
Ah.
There are, I think, a couple of healers who don't wear one.
But that's hydrating too.
If you are so inclined. The other thing is that Malik will give you a key to the medicine cabinet.
I do need to restock my bags. Alright, I will talk to Malik about it. Then I suppose, is that who I need to talk to?
He's in charge of it. I assume so.
Alright.
I don't know that I've ever seen anyone join, so I can't really comment.
You joined.
Well, right, but for us it was a whole thing. There were 14 of us. They put all of our names on a board and had us mark it.
Yeah, what he said.
I see.
You guys are funny.
What do you think about Realm?
What I want to do? Like my choice? Well, the professor has made his choice. He knows what he is doing. So if he wishes to give his life for another, I am not going to stop that.
And if he's lying about his curse?
That is his choice. He chose to lie.
Knock,
Fair
knock, knock,
enough.
knock.
We have seen it, Talia. We know he doesn't. He's not lying.
Hello.
Whisper hello.
I know that he has a thing that is wrong with him. I don't know what it does.
Don't you
I don't know if
remember?
you were busy, but I wanted to offer
He
again
did the
No, I
thing.
remember. We saw it.
the
Yes, that I have no doubt. But we don't know if it actually means that he has the limitations that he says.
Sorry. I wanted to say that if you're not too busy, I wanted to offer again to read the new news that arrived on the announcement board.
Ah, what the fuck is his name? Yuli showed me the
Ulysses.
board already. Ulysses, thank you.
So, alright, well, that's all then, really.
Yes, thank you though. Also, I spoke with Professor Moderid about the linguistics. Linguistics. He is going to help with the reading too.
Right. If you need tutoring, I'll be happy to give it to you.
I am still going to ask you.
Fair enough.
I do not go back on my word.
Tomorrow.
I will wake you up bright and early by throwing a rock at your window.
Oh, please don't do that.
Okay, a
Vesper.
snowball.
Right. Alright, that is everything.
It's of no import. I was curious as to his thoughts.
Do you want me to grab him?
It's fine. If he has other business. I'll find him later, maybe. I think that there's as good a chance as not that Octavian has already read that book. His actions make significantly more sense if he wishes to be a necromancer than if he wishes to do this right thing. But then, I'm no zealot. I know nothing of his church.
Yeah, I don't know either.
He's going to get away with murdering someone.
Seems like it.
He is not to give orders.
Well, I really wonder if he'll come here today, as he said he would. I don't see any...
Haven't the slightest.
I don't see why he would do that. It doesn't help anything.
What was the argument you had with him?
In Linvale?
Yes. Because I went up on the hill to watch for the backs.
Right. It was just that he was very vague in what he said, and he didn't want to tell me, it seemed like, or anybody. And then I got to know from Tao and Ulysses that he had killed somebody, and then I was arguing with him how that is good and why, and he just had a book. And then he said that it was a necromancy book. It was all about, you know, what we kind of was arguing about now.
I see. Are you alright after all of the arguments?
I don't know. I don't like arguing. I hate it, but I hate not being listened to even more, and we being not cared or seen as people and seen as kids. We're not kids. We're soldiers fighting a war against rift beasts, trying to save the world.
We're not even here to be soldiers. If we were soldiers, there'd be 300 of us, not 30. This isn't a military. We're learning combat, certainly. But Skyette told me as much after I'd been here only a few days. We're not being trained to be soldiers. Being trained to be people who could lead armies. Or do the work of one as a group.
We're being trained
As
for
a
the
unit.
future.
We're being trained to be the future, I think. To make the world something new and better. And honestly, I don't trust a single member of the staff to design the world that we should live in after. Perhaps Lady Rosewood, she must have some vision of the future if she built this place.
Yeah.
But Octavian's future is we go back to hunting all of the occultists and killing them summarily. Which sounds to me like he's going to kill several of the students as soon as this is all over.
That's exactly why I asked him, would you kill us? Would you kill the occult users and students?
He didn't say no.
He did not say no.
Then we can use what the professors are teaching us not to do. We can use that and make it better.
Yeah.
Do not to do what they do, basically.
Yeah, we haven't.
No, we haven't been doing what they want as they want for quite some time.
Yeah.
Well, Ulysses maybe. He's closer at least. He seems to understand their vision more, or something, I can't tell. Were things alright with Vesper?
Yes. I just needed to talk with him about something.
Okay.
Are you okay?
It has been a lot. I will admit. It is not worse than what I had before.
What do you think it's a lot?
So I would take this over that any day.
That's true.
What do you think? Is it all of the necromancy stuff and all that we did in Linwell that is getting to you?
No, it is just all of the arguing and bickering about what to do and what not to do, and what people fighting on their opinions clashing. It just does not help anybody.
It doesn't.
I could kill us about necromancy or fighting wolves or occult users. I do not care about them. They're here to fight, so I fight. We're here to fight the rift beasts and the rifts and save the world from that. Not something else. I did not come here for something else. I came to give hope to people that their rifts can be fought. Not murdering a townsperson. because they wanted to help their town. So
the irony of it is profoundly stupid as well. We need someone that knows necromancy or realm dies, and we have killed without question the two people perhaps most capable of actually doing anything about it that we have encountered in as many months.
Yeah.
The whole argument keeping the necromancer alive was that maybe she knows something that might be useful. We burn her out, toss her in a cell, and leave her there. It's awful, but
it is.
Killing her wasn't necessary, and it's not even expedient.
Just sit down if you want, Elenia. I'm gonna make us some tea. Sugar. Sunflower.
So far, it could be one of the notable ones. The irony of the demon being a normal animal. So far, every professor that has come to like even a little bit has either died or killed someone. So, not a very good track record for me liking. Ah, thank you.
It's the butterfly tea.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Bombadil's a good person.
Mordred and Bombadil.
Definitely seems like so. I'll be very surprised if he has some sort of twist about him too.
I mean, he has schemes, certainly. But none, I think, that are troublesome. He has a flair for the dramatic. is it, Yuki?
What?
You're troubled.
No, I'm just still thinking about a lot of what happened. I believe that Linrel or their parents will want justice. In some way or another.
Linville decided that they would hear our approach and then go forth.
I don't think they will be happy with us just...
No.
At least we have a shot of making it up to them.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We have an excellent track record there. We've done super well every time. And the arsonist has been caught, so all is well.
I'm afraid that this is gonna happen to one of our students. Or one of our soldiers or teammates, or that Octavian is gonna not like something, or somebody went a lot in occult magic and then he decides to chop their head off.
Well, if he tries to do it again, you know for a fact they aren't going to appreciate that if he does it on his own.
If he does it again, I'm going to kill him.
I feel like a lot of people want to kill him.
Yeah.
Certainly wasn't clear.
But
from
wouldn't
being
it
in
be
the room.
funny if we give him the treatment of the people he killed but should have been treated by going into a jail?
You don't have a jail to throw him into. I have a sword.
We have jail here.
Which works if it's something that Malik is okay with.
Yeah.
about we talk about something else then?
I unfortunately going to take my leave for a moment. There's a few people that I want to find before it gets too late.
Good luck.
I want to hear Lucia's concerns, and Zuku's probably upset with me about my question during the thing that he didn't understand.
Let me see. I'm
sure I'll see you shortly enough.
No, I'm gonna do one thing and then I'll come back. Before it's going to be...
You will be here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably come back soon.
Yeah, I don't anticipate... well, if I can find either of them, I don't anticipate it to be a terribly long or productive conversation. See you in a bit.
To the graveyard we go. Shit, I could have... Wait. What if I... This sucks. I see somebody has brought you guys food. I wonder who that is. We're back. Again. I'm sorry that it has been so long since I've been here. It's been a lot going on. A lot. I wonder if you guys will have an afterlife. Or you will have an afterlife. I'm hoping that you guys have an afterlife. And we will try to make the future better for you guys. They're trying to take the Rift Beasts. Take out all the Rift Beasts. Maybe leading armies, as you said to Talia. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know though if that will be any different. You know? When we are all done with the rifts, but there's still wars out there. There's still people fighting against each other. There are people being mean to each other. It never stops. The fighting never stops. I'm guessing that they really, really do believe in something. Like that guy, Linvale. He believed that this book would help maybe Linvale. But he didn't know that it was a necromancy book and it was bad. He didn't know that. He thought that it would help. There will always be fighting. There will always be people believing in something that is bad. I believe Octavian isn't just like a bad person. He seems like he has been through a lot in his life. Really seen a lot. But I don't think he's a bad person. But he believes in the bad. He doesn't believe in people. He has given up on people, it seems like. And I wonder why. I really wonder why. I don't know what the right thing is. I speak as I think I do in that meeting and going against Octavian, and I speak as I think I do know, but I actually don't. I don't know. I'm just trying to be I don't know what I'm trying to be. I'm not sure. I came here to fight the rifts. I came here to die an honorable death. But that is hard to do when you care about people so much. You want to see them happy. We're all here for the same thing. Destroying the rifts. But sometimes it doesn't feel like it. Sometimes it feels like we are against each other. And I'm not a perfect person. I am against... I'm against whoever... I was against, Luca when he spoke up. And I can't remember her name. The red-haired girl. But I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight anybody. But at the same time, I can't sit there, stand there, just saying nothing when I feel like it's wrong. I don't know what to do. I do not know what is right. Nectar is wanting to give up his soul. I don't know how I feel about that. I should feel sad. But I'm not. Why am I not? This is the same thing with you, Skyette. I'm sorry. I was sad to see you go. But I wasn't. I was sad, but I wasn't too affected by it. And I feel the same way with Icterus if he goes. Is that bad? I'm not sure why I'm not feeling it. I'm really not sure. I don't know what to do. And I have also a different problem. Or it's not actually it's not a problem, but Talia, she told me that she loved me, or loves me, but not as family, just more than that. And I don't know what to do with that. What am I supposed to say? How am I supposed to act? What am I supposed to do? What am I don't... I'm really not sure what to do about it. wish somebody could tell me the answer. About everything. But life is not that easy. Sadly. Life is not that easy. I'm not a leader. Tao is a leader. I will never be a leader. I'll never be it. I am sorry, guys, for coming here all gloomy. It's nothing new, really. Life is hard. I think you all knew it, or know it. You have experienced all of it. All of you. You know how hard it is. I'm excited for when it becomes, when the, flowers comes out again. Then I can give you all flowers. You guys have a little snow on your headstones from the snowstorm. You guys have to see the moon all cracked. I'll come back. I always do. I hope you guys are still looking over us. Even though we are doing stupid stuff and fighting and all that. But please look over us. Nope, we will never forget who we lost. That is true. That is very, very true. Yuki wouldn't let that happen. Or for herself, at least. She doesn't know other people that it seems like one other person is doing it. Sad time hours? Yeah. You know, she venting to the graves and the dead people. she doesn't she doesn't talk to anyone else, or she does, but like that deep. Well, she does. She did with Talia, but she feels like it's weird to do it now. So yeah, you came into like sad at time hours for sure a little bit. Is that the sun? Yeah, that is. Okay.
Yuki.
Yeah.
Have you seen Elenia?
I think she's at the dorm still.
Right. Maybe I missed her then. Oh, thank you. I'll just take this up. I hope you're all right, by the way. I know that it was quite the morning, so...
Yeah, it was. I'm okay.
Right. I'm glad to hear that.
I should have asked him. Oh well. Gotta love some sad, good sad RP. Then you'll come to the right place. And hey, the dead is the best keeping secrets out of anyone unless a necromancer is involved. That is very true. That is very true. She has... Oh. She has found that to be the case. Just talking to... You know... Just talking to the dead and They can't say anything back. Kind of morbid, if you think about it a little bit. I can't get over this song is like, yeah, all is happy and all good. It's a very good like melody for sure. For sure. Yeah, it is something to be respected. She respects the dead. She always had.
Yuki.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Chancellor?
No. Something wrong?
Okay, thank you.
Someone knocking.
Murtash has a strange injury.
A strange injury?
Something from a backlash, but neither Lethariel or I could heal it at its face.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for Malik.
Do you
Gonna
guys
try to find
need any help?
If Elenia has any particular skill, but we're loosely trying not to create a panic just in case it's not necessary. It might be nothing.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah. I'm back.
Oh. Welcome back.
You okay?
Yes, I fell asleep.
Oh.
They think someone was knocking at the door, which woke me up. And I feel bad.
Oh. No, I was just talking to Talia. Do you have any particular skill in healing something backlash, but it's not a backlash, but it's a very weird injury on the face?
That is very specific.
I was just told.
What happened to the face?
I am not sure. Maybe we should go to the medical area. Murtis is there, and there's like a weird injury on him. Maybe we can help.
Yes.
Or you
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I was about to grab it. Fuck.
Oh, is it cold?
That I forgot to get unbutton the mesh canvas in a bit, but also I cannot see.
Well, just follow my voice. Damn it, I forgot that people can't see as me.
No, prisoner of war training, it's different.
So you're
Yeah,
just
keep your
very
mind locked up?
suggestively telling them that they should tell you, information.
Administer it to him. Make sure he drinks it. If you need to make sure you chug it down his mouth, do so.
I'll chug it. I'm drinking worse. Oh, stuff to keep it down. Right.
Are you okay, Lefron?
Don't know.
Okay.
Not at all.
Keep going. One go.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm not in the mood to conversate.
Is that it? Is that all?
Okay.
Does Octavian have his shield or his spear? Sorry.
It seems they have it handled for the moment.
Okay.
Have your team take you back to the dorms. Properly. We're gonna be talking tomorrow, the day after.
Fran?
Any luck with this
We're
game?
not gonna be having a pleasant conversation.
Hey.
Yes, sir. I understand, sir.
Any luck
Sir,
with this
Oh, you
game?
just got here.
Sir, I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay.
Leth, I'm gonna need to ask Octavian
Keep
in a
your
little bit.
fucking word.
Whenever this is done.
Don't worry.
Calm down.
I always do. Take him back to the dorm. He needs to rest.
Just whenever you're done.
Does he? Did you give him the spear or?
I'm gonna keep it for now.
Do you know what it was? Like, it sounds like you might.
I do.
Backlash.
Backlash.
It's
occult.
Got it.
I
Thank you.
can say from experience, it hurts.
I just making sure it's not like some contagious shit. I don't know.
No, we're fine. As long as he doesn't continue to use it for the time being.
Okay.
Come on,
Yeah,
get your team member. Take them back.
The air kind of hurts.
All right.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Okay.
It should only be.
Probably the.
If I recall, Ventus, we were going to have a conversation.
Probably the best way.
If you so choose to.
For this is to
I have nothing more to say to you.
Possibly cover it so it doesn't possibly get infected.
Yeah.
Very well. Your choice.
We will also need to make sure that it is cleaned regularly.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. I mean to worry you. Okay.
And you at least clean yourself up so you're not smelling in the morning.
That seems like a pretty good delay.
You guys okay?
Why? The new music is great, but it does not fit the mood of all. Yeah, for sure. This does not fit Yuki. Not at all. Yep. Why would he go and try occult magic?
With Murtash.
I don't know. Was he there? Was Octavian there?
They were training. Yes. Octavian was sparring with Murtash in the training area. Sounded as though he had fought a few others as well.
I have a problem with this. That he's teaching a cult, but he hates a cult so much, and he will probably kill the students if we're done with the war, and himself.
What would you like to do?
I don't know what to do. I don't have the answers.
Well, we can start to rule things out. Would you like to go kill him?
No, that's not our call to make.
Why not? He made the call.
Yeah. But Linvale need to make that call, not us.
Okay. And if Linvale makes a decision, would you like to help make it happen?
I don't know. People are going against each other, which I don't like. We're here to fight a war. We shouldn't be going against each other.
That's not new, though. We talked about the same after those war games a few months ago.
I know. I know. It will always be the case. When we're done with the war, when we're done with the Rift Beasts, it's still gonna be people that are just going against each other, always.
Yeah. Probably. But we can't win every battle in the world. What's most important to you? When all's said and done, what is your goal?
To keep my family safe.
And if Octavian has his beliefs, does that threaten any of us?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
Well, none of us are occultists.
I know, but he's so unpredictable.
Okay. If he comes after us, do you think we can take him?
I don't know what he is capable of, so I can't say. We have seen Icterus. He has done a lot of stuff.
Right. But I am wholly convinced we could take Icterus in a fight.
I don't want to fight. I will fight Rift Beasts. I will. For sure. No doubt. But fighting in general, when we are all wanting the same thing. It doesn't... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what is right.
You've been willing to fight people. You've been perfectly ready to kill people to keep your family safe.
If he comes after my family, for sure I will kill him. That's no... That's... I will for sure kill him.
You can't control everyone else at this school. If they're going to be stupid and fight amongst themselves and do things that we disagree with, then we have two options. We can either ignore it. Well,
How long can we
I guess we have
ignore
more
it,
than that.
though?
We can ignore it or we can fight. Well, I'm inclined to say, you know, I'm on board with dealing with this permanently. But I am impulsive. And I'm more pissed at myself for not being in the way in the first place than anything.
It's my fault. I gave him the book. I should have given him the book. I shouldn't have given him the book. I should have taken it and then gave it to Malik or someone else. I don't know.
You
Maybe
didn't know that he
burnt
was
it.
someone you needed to keep it away from. What reason did you have to keep it from him before this happened?
I didn't.
Then you didn't do anything wrong. Not your fault he's dead. Octavian's fault. Even when you and Isabel had stopped him. Your biggest thing was you thought he was a danger. But you didn't just kill him. You asked questions.
I would have asked more, but there were so many people around and there was so much going on.
If you're ever gonna have a meeting with someone in that way, an interrogation with someone in that way, I would rather strongly urge a more private venue.
Yeah.
I stepped in not because I didn't trust that the two of you were, well, I figured there was a chance that Isabel was going to stab him, but not that I didn't trust the two of you to be good people about it. It's that it was obvious that it was going to get busy and loud. And unfortunately it did.
Yeah. Elena, I think Vesper was looking for you again. I'm not sure. I don't know if he found you again. I forgot to tell you.
That might have been him that was knocking on the door then.
What?
We'll go look.
Oh.
I have a very cute cat that's laying beside me.
Is there anything you need, Yuki?
No. No.
Is there anything you want?
No.
Okay.
What I think I might do is go to bed early though. I'm very tired. A lot of walking.
Okay.
We'll figure something out with the thing. Talk to Alea about it.
Of course.
Good night.
Good night.
God, Yuki's so awkward with her now and she doesn't know what to do. I don't like you being in my drawer. Just for one day.